are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too you again. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel cause you'll always be my broken love.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How's everybody doing today? Happy Veterans Day. Just another manic Monday. So, let's see here. Seeker, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you for always showing love. If you guys got one, please make sure you tell Seeker thank you. Grandma Cece says, I'm looking forward to your next stream, Queen Bee. I appreciate that. Thank you for being a member for 2 months, baby. What's up, P-Thug? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening? What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you not hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Can you hear me or no?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're all right. I was like, well, fuck, maybe they can't hear me.
Okay, I'm just like, okay, it's a Monday, guys. It's a Monday.
Yep,
Jesus
just another
Christ.
manic Monday, as always. Then I seen you type in the back. You said, I hear you, but I heard you fine too. So I was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't want you to immediately kick me because you just think I'm like some troll and, that's...
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't. I was going to kick you and then come back because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I didn't know if it was me, if it was you, if it was both of us.
Yeah. So how's things going with you?
Going pretty good.
Yeah. How you doing, guys?
My papa came home today. He got his lungs and his stuff drained, so he got to come home. I'm pretty excited about that.
Well, okay, that's good. That's really good.
Yes, he was having a hell of a time this morning. So and the last couple days. So
that's good. That's
good. I didn't come on here yesterday because I had to take care of that, and I wanted to sit with him for a little bit. So
yeah, and it's good to take a day off or so.
Yep, I heard. Yeah, because I heard the streets were on fire.
On fire. I'm banned from the HOA. I'm like, yeah, thanks.
I fucking died.
I actually was happy.
Listen, first of all, Chasing's not a part of the HOA. I don't know who made her part of it, but she's not. And Chewy's not part of the HOA either.
Yeah, but I was like, I was like, thank you.
We got their own HOA. We got our HOA for them, and then they've got their own of what they've turned into, whatever the fuck they've done.
Yeah, I was like, thank you. That's like banning me from hell. It's like, thanks. I'm banned from hell. Thank you. I mean,
I'm banned from being a fucking hypocritical piece of shit. Okay. All right.
Thank you. I'll take it. Thank you. Absolutely.
I'll take it. I mean,
I'll take it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. That's actually the nicest thing they've done for me in the last year. But anyway, we'll continue. Keep it moving. But how's things going with you? I seen this I seen that video with the body cam footage and stuff, and pretty wild actually. The whole Dylan's Round stuff. Pretty freaking wild. Wayne skedaddled for a moment, I think. If you don't know,
well, it's no school day, so
yeah.
School today. So I'll probably frequently be muting, just to put that out there.
Oh shit.
Yep. Everybody's home today. Everybody's home. No school.
Yeah, that's good though. They get a day off. What is it, like snow or something? What, I forget holidays, to be honest with you.
Veterans Day.
Oh, okay. I forgot. When you're working, because I work either way, it doesn't matter. I worked already, and I just forget holidays. The only ones I remember are usually Christmas and Thanksgiving. That's pretty much it. Other ones I've forgotten. Let me see.
Correcting Betty's misinformation is a full-time fucking job. And today's 11/11. So when it reaches 11/11, it'll be 11/11 on 11/11. That's pretty cool. If you're a numbers person.
I'm sure Zen 1111 will be very happy about that.
Yep, Zen 1111. Yep, that's exactly that's one of her names. There's court today for Delphi. Yeah, it's been going on like all weekend. It's been going on. So I figured they'd be back in there today. They brought the parents in today. So supposedly there's supposed to be a verdict. I don't know who really knows until I usually try to wait until I see that hidden true crime go live about it. Because, there's so many people that want to be the first ones, but they have the wrong information. So I kind of try to wait for her first.
Shocker. That's a shocker. Yeah. I never heard that before.
They said the verdict has been reached and it will be read at 3:00 today, which more than likely will probably be 2:00 our time.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Rounds was a case we covered way back. Actually, one of the first. Actually, that's how I met B Tim.
few people.
A few, yeah, quite a few people actually was through the Dylan Rounds case. We covered Dylan Rounds case extensively, actually.
Yeah, I think it was he went missing on May 22nd, like May 2022.
Yeah,
Um,
actually, there's still people from Dylan Round's case that come up on panel here. They still come in chats. What was that one guy that came up? He couldn't figure out his fucking speakers, but he still kept coming up. What was his name?
don't know. I forgot.
It's the one guy. Yeah, I was gonna say it's the one guy that was.
Yeah,
He was actually really nice to Dylan. He was really nice to Dylan.
Yeah, but that case became a shit show, like an
real
absolute
fucking quick because Jimmy Con was in it, and that was a fucking shit show to begin with. You know, I don't think the family even knew, because so some people probably have no idea who he even is. But so there's people out here that pretend to be PIs. Some of them are PIs, some of them are not PIs, but they see that families have missing kids or missing children, missing people in their life, and they will go into these Facebook groups and they will try to find people who basically who they can victimize. They will say, I'm a PI, I can find your child, I can do this, send me $5,000 and I'll start right now today. Da, 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 da. So that's what Jimmy Con did. And I call him Jimmy Con because, in my opinion, he's a fucking con artist and always will be. That's one of the motherfuckers I will never allow on my panel, ever. He's the one and only person that's ever been super perma banned, and now Dave's right behind him. But I don't like doxing motherfucking piece of shits like that up on my panel. You can't trust them, and you don't know what they're gonna say or who they're gonna dox on your panel. And I'm not. Nope.
Yeah.
No fucking parts of that. Also, he's real life as real life gets. He does not give a fuck. He will go real life on you in a fucking matter of seconds.
Yeah, that JT guy will do that for sure. 100%.
Yeah, they don't go here. They don't fucking go here. They don't belong here. They're not in our community. I don't give a fuck. I don't ever want him around here. He's a fucking whack ass. Hold on. Not just JT. The locals were fucking nuts as well. Oh my God. Remember the alpaca farmer driving up to the whorehouse trying to frame one of the other locals. Yes.
I forgot that one.
Yes, it was disgusting. It was fucking disgusting. That was Ty. Remember Ty? Ty Corbin.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He was the one. Wasn't he the one that was starting the rumor about the relationship between Dylan and the bar owner?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure did. He said they had a relationship because he would go up there and have lunch or dinner or whatever, but it was the only place open.
Yeah. If you don't know, like the area that Dylan went missing is just like as if like a post-apocalyptic desert world where basically
Lucen. Matter of fact, here we'll play it because the body cam footage. We'll listen to this. The guy that he let this guy live on his property because the guy was already living out there when his grandpa gave him the property. So he allowed this guy to stay out there and to live on his property for free. He didn't even have to pay rent, nothing. The guy kept leaving the gate open and Dylan was pissed and asked him to stop leaving the fucking gate open. He closed the gate. Anyways, they had a blowout about it. And Dylan called his grandma at like 7:30 in the morning. He's like, oh shit, it's raining. I got to run outside real fast and put the truck away. So he went outside to go put the truck away and boom. Basically his name is Brenner. He murdered Dylan, and Dylan's phone. His phone fucking recorded it, kind of like Libby and Abby. They fucking recorded their killer on the bridge. His phone actually recorded Brenner cleaning the blood off the gun.
Yeah, it seemed like he might have dropped the phone and somehow it took a picture. Like, it wasn't even like a picture; it was like one of those stills, like kind of like a video.
It's like a live still. Like the iPhones do, like live record. It's like it's a picture, but it's like a live recording of the picture.
Yeah, but it was pretty wild, and that guy got caught. He took a plea deal.
Yeah, he did, and he finally told the family where he was at. But what's really crazy is there was actually people, YouTubers, people who became YouTubers, who were out there diligently searching. They actually went to Brenner's property where his trailer burned down, and that is actually where Dylan was buried, and that's where they recovered his remains from. So had they stayed out there, and had they continued to dig in the same spot that they were in, they would have found him.
Yeah, in that case had like all different. There were people that believed the mother was guilty. that she did it for the insurance money or something like that. There was people that
against her that she. I mean, it was so she did it. It was ridiculous.
I think almost everyone was named as the killer, even me at one point. I think that someone thought I was a part of a conspiracy that got rid of him.
No.
And a bunch of YouTubers. But the only person they didn't point out was Brenner. I think, like, I don't remember any of them actually pointing at Brenner, if I remember correctly. I know they pointed at
no, actually, Dylan's dad said, Dylan's dad was like, I don't trust this man. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. So Dylan's dad, Justin, is actually the one who, right off the top, for fucking straight from day one, was like, nope, I don't trust this man. Nope. And I think that's just because he knew, like, he just knew. And, you know what's even more crazy? Here, I'm going to pop this up real fast because I just seen your voices. Hold on a second.
What's up, voices?
Anyways, there's Brenner right there in that flannel jacket coat thing. That's him. That's the murderer. That's who murdered Dylan right there. And he actually helped the family search for his body.
Not only that, it was implied that he basically put back the gun. In like that they were looking like through and you'll hear that like one moment there was no gun, they searched the whole place, like his little trailer where Dylan was, and then the next day, a couple of days later, they came back, the gun was there. So he was like putting shit back.
Yeah, he was going in and out of Dylan's house and shit like that, and he was, you know what I mean, going in and out of his camper and trailer, letting people come up there. He had talked to several people. He's a sick fuck. But he waited to get the fucking plea deal before he would even tell where the body was. What's up, voices? What you got to add, baby?
I was coming in to bring in that little point about him being in and out after Dylan had already been deemed missing. What B. Tim just said. And then I had another funny, but we've already moved on, so we'll just keep rolling with this and then I'll pull it out later.
All right.
I didn't misspell Dylan. The L is not on there for some reason. I put it on there twice and my phone kept trying to auto correct it. So I'll fix it afterwards, but it's not misspelled. It's just because the auto correct on my phone wouldn't fix it. So
well, that will be the next exposed video. You're welcome.
Yeah, because I fixed it twice in here and it still won't do it, but we'll try it again. It's just because it's fucking YouTube and it won't. It's being finicky, I guess, or glitchy. I don't know. Anyhow, though, yeah, that's Brenner right there. This guy right here is the one who lived on the property and the one who murdered him. And then he's like, I don't think you should look over there. I think you should look over here. I think you should look over here. Really? Yeah, it's really fucked up how it played out. Now, see, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who's telling the story. And I kind of really don't like the way he's telling the story, but it is what it is. Ain't my channel, but I just don't really, I don't know. Here we go. Let me go grab this. I'll grab the link here in a second. But so it says detectives realize the search party member is actually the killer. And yeah, it's kind of fucking crazy how this goes down. So here we go.
Hi, Candace. Hi, Candace. Justin, Dylan's dad.
You didn't see anybody else around here. His truck is there.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it so weird. Cool. And he got screwed up. And
actually, Dylan spoke to his grandma at 7:30 that morning, and he told her he was going to go move the truck and that he'd call her back. He never called her back. When she started getting worried, she called her friend Dawn, which is a family friend. And Dawn went straight out to Brenner's house and picked Brenner up. And Brenner and Dawn were actually looking, quote unquote, looking for Dylan before he was ever reported missing. So Brenner knew that he had murdered this kid and buried his body and threw his boots out behind his house while he searched for this kid. And then when the police and the parents show up, he comes and here's where you see him helping them search as well. So
it's just one thing after another. But he's a friend of mine.
Sure. You don't get rid of friends. Nobody's heard from him. So,
well, that's not uncommon for Dylan.
I don't.
Not saying he did it.
Now that's Dylan's dad. He said, I don't trust him very much. I'm not saying he did anything, but I don't trust him.
It was the eve of summer 2022 in Box Elder County, Utah, like the remote of remote Utah. A search was ongoing as 19-year-old Dylan Rounds had gone missing in an area that's like too vast to even comprehend. It seemed like everyone in this big area with a small population was out there to help, but little did the police know that one member of their search party was hiding a horrifying secret. You know, I kind of realized that I cover more stories from small towns and these like middle of nowhere places than I ever do from bustling cities, because it seems like if
And he does do a good job. He is very detailed. He does do a good job, but he's very like, I don't know, like animated, I guess you could say. Yeah, he's very animated with his facial expressions, but he does put you to sleep. So we'll keep you awake throughout the process here, throughout the video though.
Something's going to go down. It's going to go down in a place where everybody knows each other's business and everybody's pointing the finger at each other. And everybody has got a story to tell. Hey you and welcome. My name is Mike. And before we get into it, please subscribe to see new stories for the dark every single week. Now, let's give it a go. It's Memorial Day 2022, that at around 2 p.m., 19-year-old Dylan Rounds was reported missing. Dylan had been living in Lucin, Utah, a place that had once been one of the stops along the old railroad.
And it's super vast out here. Look at this. Like there's nothing out here. Nothing.
Yeah, if you want to basically just lose yourself, not be in anywhere near civilization, and just basically hide from people, this is the place to go. Like, honestly.
Like where I live.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, like where you live. I don't know where you know what I mean? I don't know what out there, but yeah, that's.
I've seen where you live. At least it has greenery and some animals. This place looks desolate, to be honest with you. It looks
that's
like a
true.
mill.
This is really, I mean, this land is even barren out here.
Like if I was to run away from like an apocalypse, this would be the place I would go to, because I would know no one would be going here. Like it's literally like traveling to the old west. It is like desert. So, but Dylan thought he could make a business here. Thought he can grow.
Yeah, he did. And you know what though? Listen, I gotta give him props for even trying, because you know there's a lot of fucking lazy ass kids these days that don't really even want to try. You know, so. And no, we won't be doing drama until after we're done with this, and then we'll get into that. Hold on, nothing, literally nothingness, and you can hide in plain sight in that desert. It's really crazy. Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, absolutely. He was young and motivated. He really was. He thought he was going to go out and do big things. He had plans on that anyways.
But now it's not a place you want to stop, like at all, whatsoever. No, it's a Northwest Utah place close to the Nevada border, and it's a place where, you know, you'd have a hard time playing I Spy because there's nothing at all to spy. It's just so empty. So when this young fella vanished, well, it was quite the mystery, folks. Dylan Rounds was living out here by himself, and he was originally from Rigby, Idaho, a 4-hour drive away to the northeast, and his family still lived there. He had come all this way to work a farm by his lonesome. He was mad about the farm and couldn't get enough of it. He'd be out there, you know, doing farming things, you know, and everyone would describe him as he's a farm boy at heart, very hard worker, very dedicated. See, when Dylan's grandfather, his dad's dad, purchased the land, originally, he basically gave Dylan the opportunity, here's a big opportunity, do you want to work by yourself? Dylan said, hell yeah, he jumped at it. He wasn't interested in being, you know, working a 9 to 5, or he wasn't interested in, you know, going out there and meeting ladies. He was interested in getting into the farming. So Dylan was now in the ghost town of Lucin, running the 600-acre farm by himself. And it would take a lot, you know, to get going. It would take a couple of years for it to really, you know, take off, as the land wasn't the most like arable out there. But Dylan, one thing you'd say about him, well, I already said it, so I'll say it again. Hardworking, dedicated, determined to make it work. It was his live stream. He'd been out there for some time by this point, a couple of years, and by all accounts, the farm was running very well. There was no issues, no problems. He was happy as Larry out there. All was good until folks, we get to Memorial Day weekend at the end of May 2022. The missing persons report filed May 30th, 2022. See, Dylan Rounds had been at the farm, you know, working hard. He got a long ass summer, you know, ahead of you. He was somebody last spoke to him was on Saturday, which was May 28th. His grandmother had given him an ring that Saturday morning, just before about 7 a.m. That morning, they were yapping away, talking about this and this and that. And Dylan says, oh, I gotta go, you know, I gotta run. I'll call you back. It started to rain. And he had some grain out there that he needed to, you know, put it in the barn, you know, put it under shelter, because obviously the rain would just make the grain start to rot. He had been in his camper and was going to drive the 5 miles from there to his farm. Now, he didn't stay at the farm full time. He would couch surf a lot and stay with his friends. This trailer didn't have power or running water. But this weekend, he had been there. And it was there, he disappeared. After that phone call with his grandmother at approximately 7 a.m., he wasn't heard from after. He didn't call his grandmother back. She tried to call him again then on the Sunday, no answer. And then on the Monday, she asked some family, could you know, pop over, maybe have a look at him, see if he's okay. They went over there. They saw nothing. And so
Okay, that's when she called Dawn and asked Dawn to go over there. Dawn went over and picked up Brenner, and they went and looked.
Imagine how like
from him for over.
Sorry, go ahead.
Imagine how eerie it is that like you're searching for a missing person, and the person that murdered the missing person is helping you search.
Yeah.
And this is why it's important to do background checks on those around.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, definitely do background checks because this guy had a history, Brenner, of a lot of criminal activities that would have probably made people look at him twice before letting him into the search party. Just saying. He'll tell you in the future. I don't want to spoil it, but he'll tell you. But I'll keep quiet. You can hit the play.
We have 48 hours at this point. They filed a missing persons report that Monday, Memorial Day.
Hi, Candace.
Hi, Candace.
Justin Dillon's dad. So right up here at these yards is his last known location. His camper is about 4 miles back up this way by his pond, and we're really thinking he might have could not have gone across.
An officer showed up to the area at 5:36 p.m. that day and met Justin's parents there, who had just made the 4-hour trip from Idaho. His mother, Candice, and his father, Justin. And neither of them could really think of where he could be. And Justin loved the farm. It's not like he would run away or whatever. Soon, a couple of locals who knew the farm and the area showed up to help. One was Don Hatley and the other James Brenner, who went by Jim. And both knew the area quite well.
But that's as close as...
And that's Brenner right there pointing his finger, telling the police where to go and telling everybody else where to go. How fucking crazy is that? That shit's wild as hell to me. There was people who kept saying he was guilty, and I was like, no, ain't no way. He's too fucking old. There ain't no way. Sure in the fuck, there was a way. He made it. Shit, he did it.
We don't even know why, do we?
Yeah, because of the gate.
That's right.
Yeah, he was pissed off. Dylan said, stop moving the fucking gate.
Yeah.
And I asked him to stop moving the gate. And he said, you know, he said, no, fuck you. I mean, he's lived there for all these years, you know what I mean, on this property. And then here comes this young ass fucking kid who's got a bunch of money, who's trying to do this. And ultimately he felt disrespected by a younger kid by him yelling at him and cussing at him about the gate.
Yeah, he was a squatter.
But he had asked him several times, you know, like, you don't live here, you don't pay rent here, you don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm being nice by letting you stay here. Please keep the fucking gate shut.
Yeah. That's just wild to me.
Yeah, he got pissed off because he felt like he was being disrespected by, what'd he say, a young punk or something like that? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, some young punk rich kid or something like that.
Like that, yeah. He was being a total dick.
I mean,
really over a gate. Well, I'm sure, you know what I really think is that I think it was jealousy. I think that, you know, he was jealous that his grandfather had given Dylan all this land
and money,
the equipment and the money and the time. And I think he was fucking jealous of him.
Yeah, because originally a lot of people thought that he went to the bar and he talked, because there was at one point he went to the bar and said he had like, what was it like? It was like, what was it? 100,000 or something like that, like a lot of money. And he said this in the bar, and some people thought it might have been like a robbery or something like that.
Yeah, because he said he had like, what was it, 10,000 or something in his house, they said, allegedly.
Yeah, but the money was found later on by the parents, so that was kind of crossed out eventually. Then people came up with the conspiracy that the mother had something to do with it because she wouldn't cry enough for the cameras. Yeah. And that she did it because he had like a life insurance policy, and they pulled up her, you know, her bill and everything. And
they tried to say that Dylan's dad attacked him in the shower. I mean, fuck, there was rumors for fucking days.
And then Jim Terry said that the Clune was connected.
That name again.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sorry.
Con, JT, anything else besides the full one?
Yeah, but no, I'm saying like they were connected into another missing persons case, and there was a lot of rumors that just like came about, and there was a lot of fighting between people in this community, pointing fingers, drama, online drama, threats to fight each other in real life. It was just a complete.
They met up, and people, you know, YouTubers that were involved in this case met up in real life and tried to fight. There was actually it was almost as bad as Sebastian's case, with a bunch of fucking hillbilly idiots trying to make a name for themselves.
At one point, they said that there was some sort of connection with this guy who had like a lot of bad offenses in the background. There was some sort of Dylan was being kept somewhere, and
well, you know, all the same bullshit that's being said in these other cases. Same rumors, same dumbass shit. But Green Eyes Butterfly says here, Dylan had permission from the property owner to use that gate as much as he wanted. Well, yeah, and Dylan was the property owner. His grandpa gave him that property. All right, here we go.
Cell phone peak. Not in town, it's out here.
Off of that road. So are you guys So what's your name? Don and Jim Brenner.
Both Don and Jim would become suspects early on, as they both knew the area super well, they would keep an eye on it, and both would be the likely lads to be the very last person to see Dylan. As you can see, this is a big area, and who knows from there where he could have gone. His phone last pinged here, and that was it.
And he wasn't in the camper. Doesn't look like anybody's been around.
I checked the same ranging on us on Saturday, so we ain't sure that's kind of worked out.
Yeah.
He was on that back road down there. We have to look that way. I didn't realize it.
I don't know how. Can you guys show us? I mean,
I don't know how he would do it though. He had a green truck. No,
that doesn't mean that's his exact location. That's the closest cell phone.
That's the last ping for.
It had last pinged though, like near one of the cell towers on his farm, but like in a 15-mile radius.
Yeah, his mom, right? His mom, you can just tell she knows it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, and also you notice that he tries to point them in the opposite direction, like, oh, it's 15 miles over there. I mean, it should be over there. You know, it just shows you that the guy was trying to do that early on.
Well, yeah, and he was trying to mislead the investigators. You know? And I don't know. I'm surprised it took them as long as it did to get Brenner. You know what I mean? To know it was him.
Well, I think at the end of the day, the investigation, there's like over 3,000 documents. And I think there was a lot of early missteps in the investigation. Like there was issues with like the family going in, searching through in the beginning, and that might have affected some things. Also, a lot of characters jumped in, and it's very tough to get information when it comes to
the police would not speak to Jimmy Kahn. He got mad about that. They wouldn't share with him, and he was mad about that. He's like, which one of you guys told him not to share with me? And it was the sheriff just saying he wasn't going to share information. It wasn't that she told him or anything, you know?
Meanwhile, the guy didn't leave the state. He basically was doing this entire investigation via phone call, like phone. Like he never visited any state to do an investigation.
Nope.
And then a whole bunch of smarmy fuck shit ensued.
Which in these cases, it usually does. We're seeing it right now in the Sebastian case. So almost every single one of these cases, people jump into it, latch onto it, and then you got somebody who fucking overly tries to insert themselves, trying to be the fucking hero. In this case, it was the one that was, you know,
there was a few characters in this one
trying to play cat, you know, trying to be the one that did, you know what I mean, that they made a name for themselves. Kind of like, you know, Betster does with her cases. She tries to use them, in my opinion, to make a name for herself.
It's kind of what I was just thinking.
You ever heard the saying, Queen, be careful what you wish for? Well, she's going to make a name for herself. It might not be what she wanted to.
Right, not in the direction she wanted, but alrighty.
It's like the old monkey paw.
Yeah.
A lot of it's also like 50 miles. There's a lot there. There's also not a lot there. So police checked Dylan's property, his farm, and found nothing truly out of the ordinary. Jim Brenner showed them around. He lived close to where Dylan had his barn, and he would help out from time to time, but was mostly doing his own thing, sort of living off the grid. He said he hadn't seen Dylan at all that day, the Saturday, so the timeline was sort of strange. Dylan had said he was going over there in the morning to the barn to shelter his grain, and Jim lived very close to that barn. So that morning, Jim would have been here. And if Jim heard activity in the area where he lived, he would always pop out, see what's going on. He was sort of one of those very territorial sort of guys. The truck was outside the barn, not inside like you would have expected if Dylan wanted to cover it. Also, the seat was not in the position Dylan would have usually sat in. His mom, when she went in to get inside the truck, she said she would usually move the seat when Dylan had been using it previously, but this time she hadn't. There were no marks on the ground leading to it as if it had recently driven through the rain, and it was clean, though the wheels were muddy. It seemed like it had been moved and perhaps cleaned recently.
everywhere. It's dirty. Okay.
There was no signs of a struggle in Dylan's camper where he stayed, nothing to indicate foul play. One thing that was strange, though, was that when his camper was searched initially, his gun wasn't found. He had a handgun, it wasn't there. But then, a couple of days later, it somehow mysteriously reappeared inside Dylan's camper. No one knew.
That's pretty fucking odd. How would his gun reappear in the camper after he's already missing?
It grew legs and walked back at home.
Yeah, I would say probably Brenner took it back in there, snuck it back in there, thinking he wasn't going to get caught or thinking that they didn't notice.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. You know, at one point people thought.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
At one point, people thought that this was like related to like missing 401 because the boots. Even I was like, his boots are just on this hill. Where, like, you know, because if you watch Missing 401, you know that's the usual tell. Like people take off their clothes and boots and then they go into the woods. So people were thinking that too at that time too. Just an interesting thought, you know. A lot of people have theories. Let's just say. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I mean, for fuck's sake, so what was that, Rango or whatever? He was trying to follow the railroad tracks fucking thing, thinking that, you know, maybe.
Yeah, everyone.
I don't fucking know. That case was wild as hell, and people, the shit they come up with. What was that? What'd they say that there was that? Oh God damn it! People going around the desert trying to.
It was called
it or whatever the fuck he said. I don't know.
Yeah, basically,
you didn't listen to him or you didn't listen to them. They would take you out and all kinds of dumbass shit.
Yeah, basically, it was something that like JT was trying to sell to the mother, like that there was some sort of militia formed.
There we go. Yeah, militia.
A desert militia.
Yeah.
And they were predominantly gay people in the militia.
Yeah,
and that Dylan was there, and he was like lovers with the old guy from the bar, and somehow he got accidentally shot protecting, you know, Clune, and then that just happened, and he was telling this to the mother in the phone call. And the reason why we know this is because the phone call was posted.
It was recorded and posted afterwards.
And we listened to it. It was and this started like JT's fucking rampage on this platform because he looked like a complete whack job, and he started just mass doxing people and going after content creators, and it was fucking wild.
Back.
My mother came here. She was real bad arthritis. My sister was here real house surgery. She used the bathroom. Bill had flushed to go see him. He was really nasty. So my sister went in and cleaned it, steal my gun. Later, my son and JD came in, and the gun was sitting on a sink. It's outside of the bathroom, but right by the bathroom door where the toilet and shower is. It's not in the bathroom. The gun was sitting right there with the clip outside of it.
Okay. It was like he just UFOs. I mean, this is the kind of place where you get all that kind of UFO shite. So, but the firearm had been wiped clean. So unfortunately, there were no fingerprints to test and see who had last touched it. But a firearm doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The only thing found was Dylan's boots, oddly enough, with what appeared to be blood droplets on them. There are a lot of red flags here from the very get-go, and it seemed like someone was trying to upset the investigation, moving things around. Like Dylan's boots couldn't just appear miraculously in the desert, and word had spread of some of these strange encounters Dylan had had before he mysteriously vanished. Encounters that were so strange, Dylan would report it to everybody he saw.
Yeah, there's just some boots out there they've only been out there for a day or two, and so some boots that what's his name would wear. So you didn't see anybody else around here.
Like I said, he was here. He had to have been here. Brought the truck here.
Yeah, that would make sense. This van yours? Can I look in it?
I already did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wish you would, because I got mushrooms drying there, and every time you open the door with wind blowing, they blow all over.
What kind of mushrooms?
Oh, they're not the kinds that get you high.
Dang.
They're the ones that I get down at the grocery store.
Oh, yeah.
99 cents on sale. Yeah. And I love mushrooms in the wintertime. I can't get so much dehydrated when I just took hot water.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, if they've already looked, I'm not going to open it. So, okay, well, they'll be here for a while. See if.
He said his phone pinged, and I don't understand it. His phone pinged down there.
His car was there, his keys were there, his phone was missing, his wallet was missing, and it seemed like he was barefoot. Like, what could have happened? The searches started immediately and were extensive. Had he simply
Hold on. Lollipop says, member for 4 months, 8 more days for Betty's Destiny. Well, she actually does support for with me in 4 days. Speaking of, I need to get my give and send and go. I need to be posting that.
Mhm.
We have court in 4 days, and we're going to be, the judge is done with the bullshit. So we're going to be getting started on all the stuff we got to do.
By the way, with this
ahead.
case, with the Brenner situation, in this case, I think like the officers probably, in my opinion, should have probably gotten timelines for everyone that was involved. And I don't know if they really pushed it too much. Like, you know, I don't know. They should have probably had a conversation, like a casual conversation. I think they should have done it a little bit sooner with Brenner. They should have had a casual conversation. Say, hey, can you tell us where you were the day before, Dylan went missing, and then give a timeline, and then just leave it at that, and then verify. They do it much later in the investigation, but that time when he's talking about the mushrooms, that officer probably should have just started saying, have a conversation about the mushrooms, lower his guard a bit, and then try to get him to get a timeline so they can lock him down. Even if it's not like, don't, let him just talk. Be like, tell us what happened that day, give us an idea, and write it down and walk away. And I think that's like a little bit of a mistake that was not done early on with everyone around a little bit. That's my opinion. That's all I have to say.
You're pretty quiet voices. What you got to add, baby?
Well, I'm just thinking back about everything that Candace and Justin and the family had been through, and all the adversity they faced with the social media bullshit. And it was very clear from the beginning, watching this body cam footage, that between the parents and law enforcement, they were side-eyeing that man. And then I'm thinking to fast forward to what we know now is the end, where this man the whole time was right there, like keeping an eye on what law enforcement was doing, watching what the family was doing, all the while knowing where Dylan was, where Dylan's body was. He put the gun back. They were right there, and the person that caused Dylan's demise was right there the entire fucking time. What's the probability that it's like that in other disappearances?
I think it's likely in a lot of disappearance. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you got to look at everyone when you start. Even like, you get the timeline, you get everyone to give you a timeline where they've been the day before, and you just got to iron it out. And that's why you got to do background checks of everyone, and you got to make sure, And
so that then makes me think about right. So then that then makes me think about the current situation that we have. Like I said, my hands were busy, so I was mulling it over in my brain because I don't want to misspeak and do any damage to what we now know to be Dylan's story. I mean, the poor kid's everything was just turned. His whole life was just turned upside down and discounted because of all the fuck shit that happened, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're stating, and that's a thought that entered my head a little bit with certain people, and I got it. It's a possibility because that's why you kind of want the timeline. And the cops kept very quiet about who they thought Brenner, because eventually they narrowed down on Brenner and they start looking into Brenner. And you hear, and no one knew what they were doing with Brenner. Eventually, they just waited until they could get him for anything, and they found out about. Spoiler alert: he had warrants out, Brenner, and they used that to get him into custody. And and that was how they did it originally. That was the arrest originally, and then they started building their case for other things to get him for Dylan. But
yeah, I just beat him as I sat here thinking about all of it, like how awful. Because then I even blipped into my mind about Leilani and how law enforcement, we learned from the trial. I mean, they were doing absolutely everything. And, you know, I mean, this just should show us how wrong anybody on YouTube that thinks they're an investigator, how wrong they truly are.
Well, a lot of people who claim to be like true crime investigators get things wildly wrong because they go with rumors and not facts. And if you're going with rumors, you're never going to get a clear picture of what's going on. So, I mean, usually you want the facts and then you build upon there. But the problem is you never really get all the facts of a case like an open investigation. It's just not possible. Open investigation, you're just going to get the only thing that's going to be released is maybe some interviews and news reports. And then there's just a lot of speculation. And that's what happens with a lot of true crime cases. And the problem is not exactly the theory crafting, because people can have opinions on a true crime case. It's the fact that people then, you know, go overboard and think they're detectives and start inserting themselves into an open investigation. And that's where you become lost in the sauce.
Right. I apologize that I've been a little more quiet. I've been like thinking about, like, this gives us a bird's eye view into the first hours and days of Dylan's disappearance, and correlating that to the other things that we've seen since Dylan's disappearance and all of the smarmy fuckery and bullshittery that's been around it.
Gotten bitten by a snake, falling into.
We're gonna have to do a sidebar real fast. They're saying Richard Allen is guilty on all charges. Hey, Kayla, what's up? I don't know if you guys want me to turn it on or if you want to keep going with this. But
might as well do it. We can always come back to that, you know, obviously. We could just do that.
Go back here.
This community, it has been a horrible. The girl took that picture, it's not me, which really means that looks exactly like me. And if a different camera took that picture, I would say, yes, that's me. I mean, this is like, to me, this is the most simple. And right at that point, it's already rich.
Gray Hughes on the fucking news on Court TV. I'm done. He ain't fucking around. Look him up there on the screen over here on the right hand side. Now let's see. This must be the okay. Here we go with the verdict. Let's see. We want to bring it to where they say it. Look at all those people out there.
Coverage of the Delphi murders trial. You're looking at the live scene in Delphi right now.
God,
folks
dang,
on the side.
that's almost worse than Karen Reed, man. Fuck.
Well, it was worse for Karen Reed because they literally had a barbecue on the side and danced.
They what? I'm sorry.
In the Karen Reed case, they had a barbecue, a TV, and they started dancing in front of the camera and, you know, partying.
I missed the barbecue, but I know about the camera. I seen that, the TV hooked up in Lana's car.
Yes.
Oh, it's because he confessed. Oh, did he? I didn't see him say. I didn't see them say that. Hold on, maybe they might have. All right, let's see.
And then whatever happens afterwards, as they sort of close out here at Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands. We also, Barbara McDonald is heading out of the courthouse, so we are going nowhere. We will wait for her to maybe answering and Richard Allen responsible. Just about ready. I can see Barbara putting on the microphone. Even if she can't hear me, I don't know if she has on the ground, was inside for everything. Barbara, we've been waiting for this moment. Please deliver the verdict.
Guilty on all 4 counts, unanimous by this jury. The defense did ask to have the jury polled. They all affirmed that that was, in fact, their verdict. Guilty of 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder against Abigail Williams and Liberty German, 2 counts of intentional murder against Abby and Libby. Sentencing will happen on the 20th of December. The judge is setting aside all day. I can tell you when we got into the courtroom about 10 minutes till 2, it was somber very quiet. Nobody was talking. The room was filled with members of law enforcement, Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Abby and Libby's families were already inside the courtroom when the media was allowed in, and the Allen family was not present. The media members came in, took their seats. There were 14 seats available to the members of the general public. They were then brought in. Bradley Rosie and Jennifer Auger from the defense team were not in the courtroom. Richard Allen was. He was standing at the beginning talking with his defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin. The judge came in just after 2 o'clock and asked where Mr. Baldwin, or rather where Mr. Rosie and Jennifer Auger were. And the judge entered at 2:11, according to my notes. And Andrew Baldwin told the judge that they were waiting for Kathy Allen and members of Richard Allen's family to arrive. The judge said, so despite my directive to be less than 10 minutes away, she said the jury has reached a verdict. When can we expect them? Andrew Baldwin replied they were on their way up. They entered the room at about 2:14. At 2:15, the jury, or rather 2:19, the jury entered. You could not tell from the looks on their faces. They did not make eye contact with Richard Allen or either family members of the victims, Abby and Libby, or Richard Allen's family. They came in, they sat down, they looked weary. And again, the room was absolutely quiet. The judge had admonished the crowd not to have any outbursts, that regardless of what the verdict was going to be, there were going to be people who were going to be unhappy with it. She said, you can take your unhappiness outside of the courthouse. Again, this jury finding Richard Allen guilty on all 4 counts of murder that he was facing after about 18 hours of deliberations over 4 days, Vinny.
So at the moment he's found guilty, everyone admonished not to say anything, not to react. What did you notice anything in the courtroom? Anything from a family member to Richard Allen?
Yeah, so his wife and mother, his wife Kathy and his mother Janice began sobbing. The people who were sitting around them hugged them, held them. They were audibly sobbing through most of the proceeding once that verdict was announced. There were members of Abby and Libby's family that were crying. There were others that just remained rather stone-faced as the verdict was read, and that immediate reaction. Once the sentencing date was set, the judge did say that we were free to leave. The law enforcement in the room allowed Richard Allen's family to leave first. After Richard Allen was outside of the court, he was immediately taken in custody. Obviously, he's been in custody, but that will change soon for him. Then the Allen family was allowed to leave, as were members of Abby and Libby's families. Some of their family members stayed to give hugs to members of the prosecution team, to Superintendent Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police and Lieutenant Jerry Holman of the Indiana State Police, as well as the prosecutor, Nicholas McClelland, Stacy Diener, James Luttrell. A bit of a celebration in court, although they weren't being very loud with that celebration. I was on the opposite side of the room, but there were a lot of hugs going around, a lot of pats on the back. The prosecution, though, remained somber looking throughout this entire proceeding today. And again, you know, it was just very, very quiet in the courtroom. It was really the first time that I've been in the courtroom with all of these people, and you could hear a pin drop. A lot of reaction outside. I came out of the courthouse. I was one of the pool reporters today, so I did have my sign for the members of the media who were not in. And as people began to see this and realize what the verdict was, there was a lot of cheering, a lot of screaming for Abby and Libby, a lot of clapping. A lot of people are very happy with this verdict. Of course, not everyone is. Richard Allen's family appearing to be quite surprised by this verdict. The judge did also mention that the county, Carroll County, is not able to do that pre-sentencing report for Richard Allen. She had already talked to people from her county who are willing to do that. The defense did waive the 30-day sentencing, which is typical here in Indiana for sentencing to happen in December. Again, it'll be December 20th. They think they only need 1 day for that. And the judge has set aside the entire day. That is a Friday, December 20th. We'll be back here in Indiana to find out just how many years he's facing. Right now, he could be sentenced to 130 years or more. Vinny?
Barbara, Ted Rollins with.
They said that his family, his wife actually had to be carried out of the courtroom. Hey, Cy, what's up?
Not much. Just excited to see this verdict came back guilty.
I know, right?
I'm so stoked.
Like, they definitely got justice for sure.
Today was the day. I can't just cannot believe it was this controversial. I can't believe it took, all this argument back and forth. But I'm so glad that they got him behind bars because he's a sexual predator and a child killer, and he's exactly where he belongs.
But look, why are you in shock? Legal extraction with Julie McLean. Why are you in shock? Did you think he was innocent, or I mean, like, what do you mean? What are you in shock for? Some people are. There's some people that are like,
they're in shock because LawTube has been making bank off this case for weeks, jacking this shit up, and everybody's been watching it round the clock, focused on everything except the evidence against Richard Allen. And
it's people are saying he's innocent. He's innocent.
Yeah. There's so many. It's insane. It's the only thing I can see is that they just don't understand the evidence. They can't have went over the evidence.
Oh my
There's just no way. There's no way.
People in here. Look, we gotta do a poll. We gotta do a fucking poll.
There's no way.
I did not realize there were so many people in here who thought he was innocent.
No, there's more of them here probably that think he's innocent. It's crazy. I know.
Evidence. We should have been following this fucking case this whole time.
It blows my mind. It literally blows my mind. I mean,
it was the chubby guy that did it. Do a poll. We love a good poll. I'm telling you. Look, listen. We love a good poll. We got to do it. We got to do it. I did not realize. Oh, petty AF. What's up, girl? Wait. You think he's innocent?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm absolutely fuming. Okay,
so tell me why you think he's innocent. Because I didn't realize so many people thought he was innocent.
They withheld so much evidence from the jury. They failed to tell him that the hairs that were clenched in Libby's hands was her sister's. They failed to tell him about the DNA. They failed to just give him a fair trial. That judge,
you don't think he got a fair trial?
Nope, not at all.
Oh, bad.
I just don't know what to say, honestly, about that. I mean, they go to the thing about like the 23-1 lockup, but he's a child killer in jail. Of course, he's going to be on 23-1.
But
how are you going to turn him loose?
But okay, so a lot of people are saying that he confessed due to psychosis, and I think he confessed, I think, 61 to 70 times. He first confessed to his mother, then his wife. It's not like he was sitting at a table with cops coming down on his throat, right?
No, they said he told his wife something like 42 different times. He tried to tell her the truth.
In all different circumstances. Cops, no cops, phone, not phone, lawyer, not lawyer.
No, he only confessed after the police gave him the discovery files and they put it pressure on him.
He confessed before.
Yeah, he did.
Hold on, real quick. I got a question. Hold on, we need to clear this up. Miss North Musing says, how dare you accuse her sister? Who accused her sister?
I never accused the sister. I said that the judge declined for them to tell them that the hairs in Libby's hand was from her sister. That's what I said. I never accused her sister.
Oh, the hair in Libby's hand was
right, because
from her sister, or was a piece of her sister's?
Yeah.
She had her sister's sweatshirt on, a swim sweatshirt from the swim team. When he
okay, well, because she said that the girls were wearing her sweatshirts too, right? Weren't they
Yeah,
wearing?
she
One of
gave
them,
him.
yeah.
She actually gave it to her at the car when she got out to go on the
Right,
trail.
because it was chilly that day. But
There's
one
no
thing
wrong,
people,
not true.
but
Oh,
one
we got
thing,
to
okay,
see.
so
That is
okay,
true.
so
It,
60, he confessed, but people are saying that he was psychotic and didn't, he confessed under duress and everything. Yes, he was in solitary, but he had in solitary. Normally, you do not have a television. You do not have a tablet. You cannot leave. He met with a psychiatrist once a day. They kept him there for his protection. It wasn't that he was uh, like in solitary as a prisoner. They did it for his protection. He started confessing. He confessed to his mother first, said that he found Jesus. He had to get this off of him. He was also diagnosed with a personality disorder. And part of that is the only thing he wanted to make sure is that his family loved him. They kept telling him, no, you didn't do it. He confessed 61 to 70 times. Now, he told his psychiatrist, I'm not crazy. I'm just acting like it. Okay? There's a lot, there's weeks and weeks and weeks of testimony. I watched LawTube from the innocent side. I watched, because I don't care how unbiased you try to be, some people are biased. And I watched it from both sides. I didn't follow a lot of the Delphi case, and so that's why I didn't even come in Discord. I didn't watch. I didn't get anybody. Nobody knows what my really opinion was, and I just sat back like a juror and took what they said and what they presented in trial. Not what we know, but what the jury heard. And in my opinion, and I was worried, but in my opinion, he 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 did it. I mean, he absolutely. That's just my opinion. But anybody can have their own opinion. Just please don't fight
Bingo.
with everybody. Please don't
Bingo.
fight with everybody. Just that's all I'm asking. But I've got to hop down because my battery's low, and I got to get back on this chair and get some more Christmas done. But I, it's not just the hair. Was there some sloppy investigation? Most definitely there was. The limbs that were found on the girls, they weren't taken immediately. There was 3 hairs that weren't identified as anybody in the family or anything, but they didn't test it because once they tested, they said they weren't sure if those hairs were big enough to even get a match of a DNA sample. And once you use that mitochondrial, that's it.
Well,
There's no going back.
Can I just
say
ask
so.
if
I was gonna say because
the
there's a lot
DNA
of stuff here. But hold on one second, honey. Let me read this. Brianna says we have lost the ability to think critically. We get our knowledge from people who make their money by keeping us ignorant. RA is guilty as KR, and people who think he's innocent for the same reason they've been told that he is.
I haven't been
Thank you,
told he's
Brianna, for your
guilty. I've
super
watched this
sticker.
one day,
I
Doc.
appreciate that. Thank you, Brianna, for your super sticker. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Petty. What were you saying?
I've watched this from day one. I haven't got my information off of LawTube. But how can anyone say when there's DNA found on the cervix, but they've not got any samples, but they can get a sample of DNA for a button snap on for Brian Koberger?
Well,
I
that's
don't
because that's
get it.
touch DNA.
Yeah, but this is actually physical DNA from her cervix, which is a higher strain of DNA. So why was that not tested?
Like I said, there's a lot of things. I don't know. There's some things that I might have missed, but I can. Now they said that they also came out and said that they could not say if they were sexually assaulted or not. That they did not know. So I haven't heard about any DNA from cervix. I haven't heard that.
There was
That's the first
DNA
I've
on the
heard that.
cervix. There was
Where'd you hear that
DNA
from?
from the people who are from Court TV, I think it was. But there's DNA on the outside of her private area. And
I
there's
didn't hear
DNA
that. I
on.
never heard that.
Yeah, there is.
Well,
I just don't get it. If they've got a strain of DNA that's so strong, and they're saying that it's come from laundry, how on
you're
earth?
talking about that. Okay.
How on earth does laundry DNA
No, okay, you're talking
get up
about
onto
that.
your
Okay.
cervix?
That's because when you wash your clothes, DNA, skin cells, all kind of things are going to be in your clothes, right?
No, I
That's
understand
not,
that.
So,
that's not fluid. No, that's not. That's
now
not.
I'm pulling up an article I'm reading from Fox 59. It says a doctor there said worked on DNA evidence in the Delphi case and did the report on March 2017 and included analysis of the rape kits administered to both girls. Bozivinsky said that the kits were tested and no semen was detected. Other swabs detected possible presence of male DNA. The amount was insufficient. However, Bozinski didn't do a confirmatory test because he wanted to make the most of the sample. No male DNA was present on the vaginal cervical swabs. She told the court she did find male DNA in the genital swabs and fingernails, but said that was not necessarily an unusual result. It could have come from shared clothing, yielded very little DNA. There was no DNA evidence showing the girls were sexually assaulted. Bozimsky said hair found in Abby Williams' hand, a key point the defense brought up in the opening statements, appearing to be from one of Libby's German's family members. Testing confirmed 2024, just early the month, showed that the hair came from Kelsey German Subert, Libby's sister. She soon discussed the cartridge found in the murder scene, and the state firearms expert, Melissa. Okay, so I just want to read that DNA one.
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is, it wasn't that long ago that we didn't have DNA in any case.
Right.
Everybody's talking about DNA. This dude had on multiple layers. I mean, I'm sure he had. I mean, he's attacking him with a knife. He probably had on gloves. We know he had on a beanie. I mean, if you look at the timeline, if you look at when he says he was on the bridge, if you look at the witnesses that seen him there, if you look at Abby and Libby's video, he said he was dressed that way. He said he was bridge guy. He came forward the day after they put out the video. He said it was his car that was parked there. They got the Hoosier Harvest video. I mean, they're not going to have a video of him murdering them. I mean, I get that you might want DNA or all that, but to think that someone else that looked exactly like that on a Monday at 1:30 just happened to be there and escaped in the 10-minute possible window that he would have had for Richard to leave and another person to come is just unbelievable to me. And when you mix it with the confessions, it's.
And in one of his confessions, he talked about the van. Nobody else had said anything about the van. He knew about a white van being there, and nobody else did. The only place that Richard Allen could have seen that van was Richard Allen and whoever was driving that van. And that put him right where he was. So just because there's no DNA, and everybody just please don't fight with one another. Just please don't. Please
Hey,
don't.
Tim.
Yeah, what's up?
That article, what does it say about the bullet in that article?
The bullet. One moment. Just give me a second.
Because
Can I say hello? I beat Tim looks.
It wasn't.
You.
Hey, just Samantha, how are you, baby?
Queen, I am so happy for the family and to get justice for Abby and Libby. And people are like, oh my God, it's taking so long. Hung jury. It was 30 days straight trial on Saturdays. There's a lot of evidence. People just think they're going to sentence a man in like 2 days. Of course, it's going to take a little bit of time. And I just sat through and I had faith that they were going to see through the defense dirty tactics. And it's common sense that puts Richard Allen there. And if his name did not get pushed to the side and forgotten, he would have been instantly caught immediately. He is the killer.
So the cartridge, it says she soon discussed the cartridge found at the murder scene. The state's firearm expert, Melissa Berg, said she turned the cartridges over for DNA and fingerprint analysis before gathering the ballistic data. Basinski said she attempted to collect skin cells from the cartridge. She also displayed the cartridge to the jury for the first time. She said it was difficult to get DNA from the cartridge because the small size. The DNA found on the cartridge was insufficient for further analysis. She added that the State Police Crime Lab no longer tested cartridge because of the difficulty in capturing results. Other attempts to glean DNA from the items discovered from the murder scene found most of the material came from one or both of the girls. Some hair found on one of the girls' shoes was not consistent with human hair. Nothing Basinski said during her testimony tied DNA evidence to Allen or any other individual.
So the cartridge, the defense have said that it wasn't even from Richard Allen's gun. They're saying it's a completely different cartridge. I just wondered if they said anything about that in the article.
Well, this is the result of DNA. This is the doctor for the DNA testing. I don't know about, that's not probably, there would probably be another witness that would probably discuss that. And that would have to be in a separate article. Was it tested mitochondrial DNA for the hair?
I think so, because they got the DNA from Libby's sister from it.
People are asking, why would a killer tell the police that he was there? I mean, I would say because he knew he lost a bullet, and he probably discovered that when he got home and had to try to come up with an innocent explanation for it.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That's crime scene statistics.
He named all, that also the insertion.
Yeah,
he named all 7 witnesses. The only people that he said he didn't see that saw him were the 2 girls, and they took a damn video of someone matching his description. I think 11 minutes maybe after Betsy.
Yeah, what happened probably is they came up to him, they had a conversation with him, they got a statement from him of his timeline of events, and then they showed him more evidence and said, "Hey, we have this video, or we have something that ties you to this location." And he started trying to make excuses why. And that's usually how they get you. They usually have like a nice little conversation with you. They make non-confrontational. They say, "Hey, tell us what happened the day before. Where were you at?" And you tell them a bullshit story, and then they check it out, and then they say, "Oh, that's a lie, and we're gonna interview you again and add a little bit. We're not gonna be too confrontational." And they just keep on doing it, and he probably fucking started breaking. That's my guess.
So I know you're happy. I'm glad you're up on panel because you know the common sense details as I do and has been following this.
I mean, I try not. It's I don't know. I've been following this case.
Each other.
I mean, look at just like I guess Roro jumped down, but she said in the chat, look at the case we just covered with Brenner looking for Dylan. You know, after he murdered him, he went and helped look for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crime scene statistics, Queen, that they involve themselves in the investigation. And for anybody, you watched Dr. John. Dr. John held back and waited until the very end of the trial. And his job is working with criminals, specifically sex offenders, and he explained specifically how he was not on psychosis. He was on the lowest dose of Halidol. He talked all about the confessions, and this is a doctor who does this for his career, not just a YouTuber. You cannot watch Dr. John explain it and not understand like what was going on.
Well, my thing when I talk about it is just I followed this case since they went missing. When the helicopters was in the air looking for the girls, I was watching this case in 2017. I followed it every day since, or every month since, up until they arrested Richard Allen. Literally, I don't have any vested interest in any one person being guilty. I never was one of the people who had a suspect. I followed what we knew. And when they brought this guy forward and I saw the probable cause because of what we knew about the crime that took place, it just, it explained everything to me, from the profile that we had been going off of to the witness testimony that we had. It all immediately linked up. I wish that there was, some DNA and stuff, so some of the people who were here would feel more comfortable about it. But for me, it just made sense. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. It makes sense with what I know of the case.
I'm just going to say this, and then I'm dropping down. I need to take some meds. But,
all right, feel better, Petty.
The common sense aspect of it, I am using my common sense. But just because I see things different from you doesn't mean I'm wrong. Doesn't mean you're right. We're allowed to have our own opinions. There's several ways to get 2 and 2 is 4. It doesn't
true.
have to be the same every time.
I
That's true.
apologize, Petty. I was by no means trying to be insulting.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
fine.
2 and 3 is 4. So don't you know that? Joking.
Yeah, 2 and 3 is 4.
I wouldn't say, I mean, and I've talked to you about this a couple of times. I've said this to you in chat. It wouldn't shock me at all, like this conversation. It doesn't shock me that people online say it. It just caught me off guard because I guess I haven't been involved in all the rigmarole that's been going on with it. And I do just think of all y'all as like, I don't know, we're always on the same page. And when this happened, I was like, whoa.
There's people that disagree about cases all the time because, people see facts a little bit differently. People have a higher standard of guilt they want for guilt for a person. They also, like, it's just how it happens. Sometimes you just got to, some people think of ridiculous theories like, like people were like during the Brian Kohlberg, like the cartel did it and the underground tunnels.
The parachuters.
The parachute, you know what I mean? Some ridiculous, but some people are like, well, I mean, is this really the guy? Do we have a case? And the problem is that's just how it is. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I think it was like simple facts, and people are overthinking it. And because they have 7 years, so much time has passed, so many rumors were out there, and because of the defense hammering bogus stories puts reasonable doubt. I understand that, but like the onion, if you take away all of the layers, it's him. I'm gonna step down, but thank you, Queen, so much for letting me come up and having the Discord Delphi thread. That was very nice of you.
Absolutely, baby.
All right, I'll go to chat. And a Petty, I apologize, love. I would never
No,
mean
it's
to
all right.
insult you if you
It's
took it
okay.
that way. I'm sorry. Okay, bye-bye, guys.
Take care,
Hey.
Sam.
Just Samantha. Damn it. Never mind.
Right, I'm gonna drop as well.
I hope you feel better, Patty.
Thank you. See you
Take
later.
care.
Yeah,
Yes,
get
ma'am,
to
we'll
feeling
see
better,
you.
baby.
Thanks, bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so I put the poll up. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, okay. Do you think Richard Allen is guilty? Yes, 54%. No, 47%. So they're like half and half right now. The chat's kind of half and half.
Wow.
Yeah. See, but last night, I've been
way more than I thought.
I've been jumped on a lot for
That's
this.
way
this
more than
opinion.
I thought.
The last few chats I've been, it's been more like 30% guilty, 50% innocent, and then the rest undecided. I'm glad to see that numbers got up, but that's just me.
Well, I'm waiting for the guy they're gonna do like the phone calls with him now, just like they did with Wade Wilson, the Wade guy, and we'll get those released soon. That's a joke.
I'll be surprised if well, we'll see here. We'll see how it goes. I think his wife's gonna bounce. I don't think she's gonna stick around, and I think that more will be revealed. But that's just me.
I think that the advantages of a defense is that they have the ability they have the ability to actually publish documents and kind of take a hold of the press, while the prosecution does not have that ability. The prosecution just their case is in the courtroom, and I think a lot of people have a different opinion on a case because they listen to a lot of news outlets, and to be fair, a lot of news outlets go with the other way, the other theory, because people like it. So I think that's probably why.
Yeah. I just know that somebody was saying in chat about the wife. I just remember early on there was talk that she was going to divorce him, that she had hired a divorce attorney, and then the defense team had that big. They got him to start doing all these confessions and saying all this stuff and convincing her to stick around to help with the defense and all that. But I think that we'll probably, for me personally, I think that we'll be finding out a lot more moving forward.
Well, I'm really glad you guys followed all of this, because this isn't one that I followed. So
yeah,
I appreciate you guys having this information and catching me up and giving me like the synopsis.
I mean, it took so many twists and turns over the years. I always use this when I talk about kind of bad behavior on our side, the true crime side with communities on these cases, because, you know, law enforcement pretty much begged us for years to stop calling stuff in because, you know, we talk a lot about how law enforcement fumbled the ball, but what doesn't get brought up is the 70,000 plus tips that we called into them that they had to run down in that little department. I mean, they pleaded multiple times to stop just randomly sending Facebook pictures that you think looks like a drawing into them. It absolutely hindered them. And
Wait a minute. You're telling me the psychic tarot card readers didn't help?
Exactly, I know, right? But overset. I think actually, and I don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the last time they gave a number, it was over 90,000. But I used the original 70,000 number that they gave. I mean, that town, they had to run down 70,000 tips on top of everything else they were doing because people saw folks on Facebook that they thought looked like a drawing. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways that we can affect these cases beyond, you know, harassing a family, though that definitely happened in this case as well. But I don't know. I think there's a lot we can learn from it in a lot of ways. And sorry, I didn't mean to come up so hot, but I like I said, I followed it since the helicopters were in the air that day looking for these girls. I followed the case, and you know, I've spent so many hours thinking about this stuff. Hell, I've said it before, but at one point back around 2018, 2019, I had this shit nailed on my wall, like the evidence. That's how obsessed I was with it. A damn map, all kind of shit. I mean, I was in it.
Oh.
Yep. Let me see. Abby should be 20. Abby should be 21. The monster on action destroyed many innocent people. He will get better justice in prison. Rest angels. Libby, your quick thinking solved this awful crime. Yeah, it's just a very unfortunate situation because, you know, these two young girls, you know, were murdered by this, you know, now convicted monster, and we'll see what happens. And if that ranger or whatever had told the police what R.A. said the next day, he'd have been in prison for 5 years already. Yeah,
he would. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, not every investigation is perfect.
No, you're right. There's always going to be mistakes in everything. Anything we do, there's going to be mistakes and errors.
Yeah, I think the issue is sometimes there's in that case, I would say there's a deluge of information. There was too much information, and it probably, you know, you kind of probably hid amongst all the tips and stuff like that. And that sometimes becomes a negative for a case. Like how PsyOps is saying, you know, too much information is just as bad as too little information, sometimes worse.
Yeah, and a lot of times they put out disinformation just that way. They bury something that could be shocking in, you know, a 30,000 page document, and it's, you know, it gets lost on most people. That number just stuck with me. So 70,000 people emailed, or 70,000 tips were emailed and called in to this town of 3,000 people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, yeah. What were y'all covering before the news broke?
Dylan Rounds, we were looking through the body cam footage of that Brenner, basically the guy who murdered that kid.
Oh yeah. That's
you know, they released the body cam footage, including the photo with him holding the gun with the blood on it and cleaning it up.
Yeah. Did you see your old friend Jim Terry? Did he make it in any of the videos?
No, he did not. Luckily.
Oh damn.
He's just like a roach. He's just in the background somewhere.
Yeah, we don't say that name.
Oh, do we not? Okay. I already mentioned him the other day. I hadn't thought about it in quite a while.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
I'm sure if we turned all the lights on, he would scurry out from underneath the
My little roach
somewhere.
and his no chin brother. Thank you for having me up, Queen. I love your panel. Just Samantha, I love you, girl. To offense taken. I just wanted to explain. Rest in peace, Liberty, and Abby. Yeah, it's just to proves to me that a lot of these cases that become true crime cases ultimately never get solved by the content creator 99% of the time because they are working with no actual data. And the same thing here. That's almost kind of a rarity that like Gray Hughes actually cleared up the video, which was pretty helpful.
For sure.
Imagine if a YouTuber they'd end up tipping the suspect off.
Yeah. Like if you said you thought somebody was in a particular area and you were going to try to get him or something, you might not want to.
No, I mean, like, the problem with a lot of YouTubers is that they don't actually try to educate themselves in the legal process and how cops actually do their jobs. They basically just go off Google documents, they read articles, and then they just say, oh, that makes me a true crime investigator. It's like a detective has 20 years of experience or 15 years of experience. They know the interrogation methods. They know how to collect evidence. They know how to interact with people. They know how to build a rapport with a person to get them to be comfortable and then try to get them to say a story, just relax, and then go in, lock them into the story. Most YouTubers can't even barely read. Me included with names. Names are pretty bad with reading, just saying. But yeah, I'm just saying, like most, you know what I mean? And then these guys come in, these YouTubers come in that have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. They just read a couple of articles and they assume they know about the case and they know better than detectives on evidence collection and stuff like that. They just don't. I mean, and you see that a lot. And unfortunately, I wish more people would educate themselves on the subject that you're getting paid for. Just a thought.
I don't know. I think that people like the I don't know. I don't want to call it a fantasy, but they just enjoy the imagining these outrageous scenarios. It seems like, at least based off, a lot of times what gets focused on during these trials. You were bringing up the cartel theory, which is just so absurd to me.
Yeah, the Brian Kohlberger one, and the clown guy's still doing it. There's a literal clown on YouTube. Yeah. It's called Crime Circus or some shit like that.
Yeah,
he's literally dressed up in makeup as a clown. I'm not making fun. I'm not saying like as a derogatory.
Right.
He's literally dressed as a clown, and he talks about tunnels and maybe the guy who ran the college wanted it done because he didn't like the house blocking his view and the tunnels and the cartel. And like all these YouTubers run with that because they don't have all the facts. They go with rumors. They go with witnesses that are just someone that you would never trust even to tell you what they had for dinner, let alone a case. And they get things wrong. And then they don't educate them. And then they say, oh, this case is botched. The evidence collection wasn't done correctly. And they never educate themselves on proper evidence collection. Like me right now, recently, I'm looking at it. I got like a little book, which, by the way, if you want to actually know how evidence is collected and actually know the procedure, there's a book called FBI Handbook of Crime Scene Forensics. And it's published by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And it's a little book, and it actually tells you exactly how mitochondrial DNA is collected, hair samples, and other things, and how data is collected and all that. I think it's about 200 pages, small little book, and you can actually pull that up, and it's like $17. Yeah. And if you ever want to just buy that for yourself to educate yourself on evidence collection, that would probably be helpful. If you're a YouTuber doing true crime, because obviously, but because how are you going to call out evidence wasn't collected properly if you don't even know the procedure in which it's supposed to be?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't know. I just always am going to allow for human error in things in general. I mean, even the biggest corporations, they still are going to allow for it and everything. You know, there's shrink factored into it all. So, I mean, you can expect the same thing in investigations.
Yeah, but I agree with you, beautiful disaster. But that's what I say. Like Nick Barris was the proper source. I would go with not rumors, but actual information that comes from the police and not wackadoos from the internet. You know,
Just Samantha, you're up here with us.
I'm sorry, guys. Let me sit my ass down. I had to pop back up because I need your opinion on this. I know attorney-client privilege, right? But if I'm married to Richard Allen and he's going to call me and he wants to confess and that's my husband and there's a chance that he did this and murdered those girls, I am not going to say, be quiet. I am not going to hang up on him. I'm going to let him tell me the truth and get justice for those girls, or if he didn't do it, then he shouldn't know the details. I don't have anything to worry about. I'm wondering, what would you guys do if that was your spouse? Would you hang up, or would you want him to talk?
what is your question again? I'm sorry. You gotta give me an example of what happened again. Sorry.
When he called his wife and said he wanted to confess on the jail audio, she told him no, and she hung up. I'm saying I would never say no. I don't care attorney privilege. I don't care if it's audio on the jail. I would want to know if my husband knows details and possibly did this crime. I would allow him to talk. Would you shut up your spouse, or would you want to know and let him speak?
I mean, I'm going to play a little devil's advocate because it makes it more interesting. Because my answer would probably be like, let him speak. But what if she thought that he was delusional and he was going to, he's not in his right mind and he's just going to say shit that's not true, and she really believes he's innocent and doesn't want a person that's like kind of like breaking down to give more evidence for an innocent person to go to jail.
Okay, voices, Queen. What if it was your spouse?
Okay, so listen, I'm going to say I would probably hang up also, because I'm gonna have to worry. I'm a runner, so because of that,
wait, what? You're a runner?
I run away when something bad happens. I cut and run.
Okay.
So, knowing that my spouse has been arrested and is in the clink, I'm out. So if you call me and you tell me that you're going to confess to me, I'm going to hang up that fucking phone, because A, I know that line's recorded, and B, that ain't my fucking problem anymore. And I am going to cut and I'm going to run, because in that moment, my entire life has been flipped, turned upside down, and I am in self-preservation mode.
Queen, would you let him talk?
I mean, at that point, it's on him. Shit.
That's a yes.
Yeah, I just feel like I would just
Most
think
people know those calls are recorded. Most people know. You say some shit like that, it's going back to the DA, no matter what the fuck you say on those recorded lines. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's on him. You want to talk like that? You're you're on a recorded line. They're watching your every fucking move. They're listening in on your cell. They're watching you shower. They're watching you take a shit. They're watching you eat. They're going to listen to your conversation.
Yeah.
Fuck. You want to say some shit like that? Obviously, you know what time it is.
What about you, Sai? Would you hang up on your wife if it was the other way around?
Hell no, I wouldn't. But if my wife went to jail for some shit like that, I would be, I'd be asking a whole lot of questions. I'd be looking at it logically. If it was drugs, I'd tell her to shut the fuck up. If it was theft or something, I'd say hush, but if it's a fucking
they're
child
saying
murder,
evidence was left out of the trial. There was a lot of evidence that was left out of the trial. That's what they're saying.
But what I've seen, or what people have thrown at me in chat, is evidence about somebody who didn't say he was there that day, or who, when they looked into this, I don't remember what the guy's name was, but somebody the other night was telling me about it, and it was somebody that they had shown he had an alibi for the time he wasn't there. I mean, they did. If you want to call that sort of stuff evidence, then yeah. Now they may be speaking about other things, but I mean, the evidence, as far as I'm concerned, is like what law enforcement gathered to show that he's guilty. I mean, that's like the evidence that we're combating. I mean, I get that they want to present an alternate theory, but if you want to talk to me about like ritual murder and all that, I mean, I would think they would need to show something like that happening in the past, something like that happening in the future. I mean, I don't know. That's like, to me, that is very, very far-fetched and just completely unbelievable. I don't, but that's just me.
I think you're right when you said earlier, we're going to find out a lot more because there's rumors on Facebook from someone from the Carroll County News that Kathy Allen is on audio saying that her husband is guilty and she plans to divorce him. And they said they were not going to release it until after the trial.
Yeah.
And if that's true, I hope they do. And I feel that the crazy confessions and the makeup confessions came after the defense met, and I believe she was originally going to divorce him, and I think it was all media optics for his defense.
That's what they reported initially, was that she had retained a defense attorney, or not a defense attorney, but a divorce attorney, and that she was going to divorce him. That was the original, the news blurb, the way that it came out.
Yeah, it makes me think, what was she afraid of? Because I believe enough in our justice system that if I'm not guilty, that I'm not going to know enough details. I'm not going to be there at the right time. Like all the evidence against him, it would just I would let that person talk. I would want to help get justice for the family in any way that I could. And if it was my husband and Richard, you did this, tell me everything. And then I would divorce him and, go on with my life. But I would never, I don't have the heart in me to keep him quiet or pretend to, because the defense says so, if something like that is really the case.
Yeah.
I'll just jump back up just to answer you, Samantha. I agree with you in part. I would tell him to shut the fuck up on the phone, and I'd want to speak to him face to face, and then I would be taking his ass straight to the police station for them to deal with it.
I think that's probably the fairest. I think that's probably the fairest way, just like to go about it.
Yeah, like, did anybody imagine if you got away with it, right, and then you're trying to confess, and you allegedly found God, and then they're telling you to be quiet, and you have these defense attorneys saying, "No, we're gonna get you out of this." And I think that would make I would go crazy myself if I'm like trying to tell the truth, and I'm locked away, and they're like, "No, be quiet. We're gonna say this. We're gonna say this," and they're going against it at like every way.
Yeah. If
Let
he
the
is
man
guilty,
speak.
yeah, and if he is guilty, there's only him who knows at this point. The jury's found him guilty. There's nothing I can argue with that. But I'd want to be able to look my husband in the face to know what's happening. But then, surely, if his wife is God-fearing, I'm not a religious person, but if his wife is God-fearing, would she not recognise her own husband on the bridge guy photo?
Yep.
I don't have faith in the photos, and I'm not worried, like how they're saying, like, how can nobody recognize him? I mean, the man had on a scarf and a hat. You saw his eyes and his brows. I don't think I would recognize anybody walking down the street in a flash when it's awkward and uncomfortable. Maybe you feel a little bit of fear or something's off. It's why they don't say that sketch artists actually resemble that much, I think, statistically. Or if eyewitness accounts can be different from what each person sees.
Yeah, I mean, eyewitness accounts are always going to differ. We've all seen them in trials. They're always, even just as an exercise, we used to play this game where we would it was a bunch of us, and we would try to describe something and draw it to the other. And it was amazing how different stuff would come out. Like how two people could be trying to describe something that was very simple, and they would go about it completely different ways. Everybody knows what it looks like, but trying to verbalize it and then getting another person to translate it is It's a different thing. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's really scary how we had like and no offense to anybody, this is my own opinion, but it was like if Richard Allen had a fan club, and also with the Karen Reed, and this is like a new thing for me, and I think we're going to see this again with Koberger, and on some levels, it's just like I find it to be so disturbing. Like I keep faith in the justice system and the jury to see through. I'm not naive. I know there's wrongful convictions, but I mean, my goodness.
See, I'm going to keep my mouth shut on the Koberger situation.
Oh, fuck.
That
You
is
and
the
your
best way.
you and the Karen Reed coworker. Oh, I'm seeing a pattern here. I'm seeing
Hold
a
on a
pattern.
minute. Hold on a minute.
I'm seeing
Let
a
me
pattern
explain. The Karen Reed one, there's that much police corruption and that much police misevidence and their own
How about when she
evidence that
confessed
they
on
put
the
on.
like recently confessed on TV?
We
She's
set
confessed,
Tim
she's
up. I'm
confessed. If she's
sorry.
guilty, she's guilty. But then, luckily, that's not my job.
I'm seeing a pattern here, Patty. I'm just saying. I'm
Well,
pointing
I
that
gotta
out.
step back down though, guys. I'm so sorry for bouncing up and down the groceries. I'm just I got a lot of emotions going through. So
Just
I'm just
Samantha,
happy
before
for
you leave.
justice. Thank you, Queen.
Hey, just Samantha, before you leave.
Oh, my phone is.
Oh shit.
She gone.
Okay, well, if you can hear this, I just wanted to say thank you, Just Samantha. You gave me a great idea, and it ended up being a great hit. So thank you, Just Samantha.
Oh,
That's good.
that's nice.
But yeah, going back to Karen Reed and Brian Koberger, I don't agree with police corruption and the way that they've gone about it. How on earth do you get a DNA profile from 1 microgram of DNA? If you can explain that to me in a way that I can understand.
You mean mitochondria DNA from the Koberger case? Yeah, they
Yeah.
tested it, and it was from his. They could figure out it was from his, like, I think mother's side, I believe, for that one.
Yeah, they did it on the genealogy, but there wasn't enough DNA to test it to get a full profile. This is what I'm saying. This is what I don't understand. One person killing 4 students that are in the prime of their life. It just doesn't register with me. I can't.
Why can't that make sense to you? There's been many situations where one person's killed multiple people in a house.
Yeah, Bundy.
You know what I
did
mean?
it, but
Well, I think there was also that. What was that sorority school that like was a guy killed a bunch of people in the sorority school? Like
Yeah,
sorority. I mean,
that was Bundy.
That was Bundy. Okay.
So Delicate Titanium Petty says different DNA needs different amounts to be able to test. Some can also be increased in size. So it depends on how. So like they had him on mitochondrial DNA. So that's going to be of his familial line. And that comes off like if you have sweaty hands and you touch something, i.e. the snap on the case. So if at any point in time he was handling that sheath and flipping the snap open and closed and didn't have a glove on, that's how that can go off.
But if that came back as familial, then would it be his dad who touched the snap?
Well, I mean, his dad wasn't there, by the way. But
it would show
I'm on
that
about the snap.
It would actually rule out the father because it wouldn't be. It would be an off match.
Okay, so mitochondrial DNA is typically analyzed in evidence containing natural shed hairs, hair fragments, bones, and teeth. Typically, those items contain low concentrations of degraded DNA, making them unsuitable for nDNA, or I think mitochondrial DNA, nuclear DNA examinations. The high sensitivity of mitochondrial DNA analysis allows scientists to obtain information from old items of evidence associated with cold cases, samples from mass disasters, and small pieces of evidence containing little biological material. Additionally, the maternal inheritance of the mitochondrial DNA allows scientists to compare mitochondrial DNA profiles to reference samples from the person's mother, brother, sister, or any maternally related individuals. All of these individuals have the same mitochondrial DNA profiles because all maternal relatives inherit their mitochondrial DNA from their mother. Because multiple individuals can have the same mitochondrial DNA type, unique identifications are not possible using mitochondrial DNA analysis. However, mitochondrial DNA performed by the DNA analysis Unit 2 is an excellent technique to use for obtaining information when nuclear DNA analysis is not feasible. Additionally, the mitochondrial DNA type results related to missing persons cases and stuff like that. So that helps you understanding mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah. What I struggle on is America's got the biggest and best judicial system that there is. So for me, I don't understand how they found that sheath, or they allegedly found that sheath next to 2 girls that had just been brutally stabbed, and there was red stuff everywhere. So how did that sheath come away clean, but the DNA on the snap was still there?
Because it's touch DNA.
Yeah, but
He
that's what I'm
probably
saying.
put-
How, if that sheath was underneath, it was underneath or next to one of the girls, okay? So how is there no other DNA? There's none of the girls' DNA on it. There's no other DNA from Brian on it. How is that possible? I'm not saying it was planted in any way, shape, or form. I just don't know. I don't understand.
I mean,
how that's possible.
there's some things that you got to wait for the trial for it to go to get that answer, because
Yeah,
the prosecution's not going to give you like what their idea, all their evidence in the case is. You got to wait for the trial, and
Yeah,
maybe
we
that'll
only know
be explained.
5%.
Well,
Yeah.
how about this, Petty? What if he only handled that knife sheath once without gloves on because he knew that he was going to wear gloves when he committed the crime? Therefore, he had to get comfortable holding the knife sheath with gloves on.
Or
And so the only DNA they found is from the one time. He
also,
touched gloves.
Laura Lee says
Yeah.
DNA was in the snap part after he cleaned it before using it. Beat him. So Laura Lee kind of answered your question.
Well, no, it still doesn't answer the question because it's still laying next to 2 girls.
Well, I mean, he could have just taken it out of the knife sheath, put it down on the side, and started stabbing, and then just forgot the knife sheath. You know, you know what I mean? Like, you got to realize he wasn't in the house long. He probably rushed. He probably got nervous, and he probably, this is his first killing, probably.
Yeah, I
and
know
he
he's
messed
got.
up.
Sorry, complete sidebar. I know we're not supposed to be talking about this. It's just one of those things.
It's a true crime related. It is what it is. It's not like you're talking about kangaroos or anything. You're talking about a true crime case. So I don't think it's.
Yes. Sidebar on that. Let's pivot real quick on that. Did you see that Betty had one growing out her head the other night?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We did.
There you go.
I thought it were attached to her first.
I guess, yeah. I mean, like, we'll see with the trial, but the thing is like most of the times the defense main weapon is the media, and they can basically put out a lot of stuff or partial information, and it makes people, they're not getting all the facts of the case. They're not getting both sides, and that's how it is.
Like, we know like 5 to 10% of their evidence, and I just want to say I'm not on the side of Brian Koberger, and I'm not on the side of Richard Allen. I'm on the side of evidence, and it's the wrapping your mind around what they're trying to say, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
For me, anyway.
Yeah, and I guess we'll figure it out when the trial happens, but that trial is not going to happen until 2026 probably. How they're going, like how I might die of old age. Like at the 2099, they'll start the trial. Everyone will be dead.
Right, I'm gonna hop back down. Thank you for having me back up. Bye.
All right, bye. See ya. All right, we're going back to the Dylan rounds, or that was quite a big sidebar, I have to say. Oof, big sidebar.
Yeah, it was.
Yep. Duke barking, going crazy.
I think that was my win.
Hold on, my little standing here. Hold on.
Oh, no problem. You're already 75 years old. Listen, get it right. I'm 65 years old. Stop making me older than I am. These unbelievable. This chat making me older. Yeah, I doubt that, Jenny. I doubt that. That case seems so slow, and sometimes it usually takes like 2 years for a murder trial to start up. Really, so we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that is going to be a big, big trial, the Koberger trial. Like I think it's going to probably blow up the internet. If they allow cameras in there, every single true crime channel is going to cover that case. It's going to be crazy. You know, hell, I couldn't. I would be imagining like even I would think like a lot of YouTubers would come down there to watch it. Like be in the courtroom. It'd be a kangaroo court. Oh,
Coming out here, you mean? I mean, this
coming out
is,
here.
they're going. Most of them have to come out west, and they'd be in Boise because it's Ada County now, so it's going to be in Boise. It's a big town, but
you can go down there and cover it there too. And the best part is that you can go to the McDonald's by there.
yeah, no. Listen, my body's off fast food. I don't really.
Well,
No,
you can go to Burger King instead.
no, that's fast food. I'll go find a grocery store and I'll bring my air fryer. It'll be fine.
Yep. Just hopped around. Cool.
Yeah, she had a question for me. Sample Year says, thank you for having me up, Queen. Love your panels. Just Samantha, I love you, girl. No offense taken. I just wanted to explain. Rest in peace, Liberty and Abby. Libby and Abby. Yeah, Liberty and Abby. Yeah, that was one hell of a sidebar. You want to go back to the Dylan rounds, you said?
Yeah, I think we only went like 13 minutes into it.
Right.
You might need to skip around a bit. Queen Bee Show, Crocs. No. Let me see. I wouldn't even attempt fast food after being off. Yeah, that's true. Funny how bummed out creators are. He was found guilty. So upset they can't go live and hide it. It's honestly, I don't know, man. I get it because I think a lot of content creators they follow they kind of get their own opinions. You know what I mean? And some people they really get their opinions on a case and they really do believe he's innocent or stuff like that. I don't know. It is what it is. I've been in a situation where I followed a case and I was very annoyed that I didn't get the verdict I was thinking, and it could be very interesting.
Isn't it funny when we think we know better than the jury?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, don't we all think we know better than the jury? That's the truth. Personally, I think that happens.
You don't know what they hear. You don't know all the evidence they get to see and all that. You know what I mean? There's a lot. They get to hear and see a lot more than what we know, you know?
Yeah. Yep. And I think that happens to everyone. Happens to me, happens to everyone. You think you know more than the jury because you have these other facts, and that's not appropriate, but whatever. I don't know. With this whole
Why
thing
is Buddy AF coming through as sample user?
I don't know. Maybe that's her name, change name. Let me see. I don't know who she is. B10 mentioned her the other day, and I've come to the conclusion I'm better not knowing. I know who is thinking like Brian Colbert.
A lot of stuff was left out. How do we know what all was left out? If he wasn't in there, how do we know?
Yeah.
We're just going off to what people say, I guess what people that were in there that took notes. Is that what you mean? Like maybe there's stuff they forgot.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have Grant from going in there, typing up, tweeting everything that's going on in there like a maniac. Most of these people like literally wrote like little notes on their pads and walked out. I'm sure they forgot some things. Just saying. Which I'm kind of surprised they didn't let. I guess because of the minor situation, they didn't want the case to have. It had to do with the two minors at the time, so that kind of makes sense that it was not filmed.
Oh, okay, I got it now.
Okay, this is the Ty Corbett call where Ty Corbin calls him up, that the father of Dylan Rounds. This part.
Do what? I'm sorry. Did I read
Oh,
this?
no, I'm saying this is the Ty Corbin part where he talks to the father of Dylan Rounds. This is the part where
Oh,
the recording is played.
okay.
That littered to this place. Well, no, because his boots were left behind, and he loved those boots. They were like his everyday boots. He loved those boots so much that they're the type of shoes or boots, where as soon as you're wearing them and they're worn out, you buy the exact same pair again. So they knew he was wearing them. So where could he have gone? And it's not like there would be many people around this place where, something no good. See, Dylan was last physically seen on the Friday before May 27th at a local bar. But when I say local, I mean like Nevada, Utah local. I mean, it was still like a 30-minute drive, like good couple of miles away. So like a bit of a hike. Now, this bar was in the town just over the border in Nevada to the town called Montello. It was called the Saddle Store Bar. The police, they went, had a go, started asking around. He went there often, and his friends lived in a place behind the bar where he often crashed to, showered, whatever. So had he gone there to visit his friends? One thing, though, that was for sure was that the locals at the bar did not appreciate the authorities looking into them too close. As you can probably imagine already, this area is host to a lot of colorful characters, and it's still pretty much a cowboy town. And people still act like it's the Wild West.
Our reason for wanting to talk to you guys is more for background information in regards to individuals that frequent the area where Dylan Ranch, hung out. I know he came back and forth here. And that's it. So if we can talk to you all, I don't care.
Leave your phone on. That's fine. I'll stay. I can be quiet. I can do that.
That's not the reason.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you don't have a subpoena or something or a warrant, this is how we're going to do it. What? Hey, we're happy to help try and find Dylan. That'd be great.
Well,
my uncle was friends with him, but
which uncle's that?
At the moment, we're getting a lot of attention
I
for
was
reasons we don't deserve.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so here's part of that. Here's part of that. As much as we want to find out who's responsible for it, we want to find out who's not responsible for it and make that known. And I'm willing to just be completely honest with you about everything. I have no reason to bullshit you or lie to you about anything. It's just good law enforcement practice when we can. And so if you understand that part, and then I would hope you would appreciate that, like, we're not here to cause trouble for you, other than to just get you off the ass. And I can appreciate the fact that you've got a lot of people calling up your ass, and God knows there's a rumor mill around this small area that we're talking about all sorts of crazy shit.
Well, no one had seen him in the bar, and him going to the bar actually seemed like it's kind of out of character for him. Like, his grandfather was very religious, didn't know Dylan drank, but when the cat's away.
This is one of many searches done for the family of Dylan Rounds. His mother joined authorities to search along the Nevada-Utah border. 19-year-old Rounds had his own farm near the small town of Lucin in northwest Box Elder County.
His family were soon offering $20,000 for his safe return. That would later be increased to $100,000. And you can only imagine, like, what's going through, the family's minds as all of this is happening. Like, the searches were going nowhere very fast because it seemed like there was nowhere to really kind of start. I mean, even just looking around in this place, it's so unbelievably big. It boggles the mind. And It just seemed like he had just vanished into thin.
That's a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Remember when that salty guy went into that saddle store and he just you?
Hell yeah.
Who was the bar owner again of the saddle store? I'm trying to remember.
That woman.
No. There was another guy. It was Wadsworth.
That was the one they said that Dylan was in a relationship with.
Was it Wadsworth?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So if you don't know the story, basically the guy running the bar, there was rumors going around that this 60-something-year-old was in some sort of relationship with Dylan Rounds. People were spreading this ridiculous rumor. And I think Salty went down there. He was a YouTuber. I don't know if he's still a YouTuber, but I think he might be. he went down there, he did an interview with them in the bar, and he met, and it was like a YouTube video, and it was like, I think he was like the only one that actually went down there. It was like literally, because like obviously seeing this place, it's like, looks like you're going to an apocalypse, because it's like almost, this is just the highway, but like when you go into like the desert where Dylan's Rounds is, it's like Fallout universe type of deal. So yeah, I remember that. That was very interesting, that interview. I mean, there was rumors flying around about Wadsworth having like, I think, mail order brides, and he was some sort of like dealing stuff under the table, and that's how he got his money. It was like fucking crazy. It was crazy. They literally thought of everything.
Yeah, Aiden Clune is out in the same area too.
Yeah, that was the conspiracy too, that they try to connect the two together. And I was like, geez, Louise, Ansapeasy. It was some crazy things being talked about. And it was, let me see. So did Dylan's family give the killer permission to live there? Did he know them beforehand? I think what happened is that he bought the land, and basically that he was a squatter, and Dylan didn't kick him off or anything like that. He just let him stay. But the guy got mad whenever the grain gate was opening or whatever, told the guy to kind of close or whatnot. And that's pretty much it. Because you got to realize this guy, you're going to find out, has warrants out for his arrest in multiple states. And he basically not the type of guy you really want to talk to, let's just say. No, I don't think they found Aiden Clune yet. He helped search for Dylan. Nuts. Yeah, he did. He helped search for Dylan. He was day one. He was giving them tips. He's like, "Hey, I thought, didn't the cell phone ping over there? Not near my property. Nope. Don't know anything. Hey, check this place again. I'm sure the gun will be found there." Even though they checked it, and then the gun shows up. I mean, the guy was basically just trying to redirect people to other people, because that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to hide the fact that he murdered this young man. And he was helping. That's why you got to look at people that are willing to help you in a search for a missing person. That's why you got to get background.
Ready? You're sidebarring, baby. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thin air. It truly seemed inexplicable.
But as we were coming, I saw these fans all rush back here. I took some pictures, sent them to show. Everybody was telling everybody not to touch them, but we got a hammer to see if it was the size of Dylan, and it's not. It was a bigger size of pants. And I texted Brian that. The crotch is blown out. Nobody touched it. We just used the claws.
There were false sightings. Searchers out there would find items of clothing, but it would end up being unrelated. It was an extremely frustrating search, and everybody seemed to have a theory about what happened to Dylan Rounds, and point fingers at someone who they believed had been involved in Dylan's, unfortunately, as time went on, likely murder. Everybody became a rubbernecker, everybody became a looky-loo in this case. Small town farmers and all this kind of stuff. Everybody had whispering theories, pointing fingers at one another and the other, and such rumors abounded in the early stages, and even the late stages of the curious case of Dylan Rounds. See, the investigation deepened quickly, and foul play, as you can imagine, became the dominant theory. The two men who often were around the farm, Don and Jim, they early on would, become suspects. Everybody would be suspicious about them from an early stage. Especially Jim, James Brenner, who was actually a squatter on the land. He lived there and he helped out at the farm. He helped out Dylan, but he was actually living there illegally. He had this little kind of shack, like trailer thing there. But when the police spoke to him early on, he had his theories. He had his questions. He was very curious about the mobile pings. Ooh, I wonder where that could be.
Phone ping, and I don't understand it. Phone ping down there.
So 15.12 miles from Bowie Tower. So, yeah. So, but 15.12 miles can be a lot of places, right? You could draw a radius, and anywhere on that radius could be 15.12 miles.
But he also had, listen, folks, this is what you need to know. He was extremely helpful, though, to begin. Then there was also Dylan.
So many people wanted to be helpful. inserting themselves and making shit harder.
His friend Curtis, who lived near the bar that Dylan would often frequent. See, Justin Rounds, Dylan's father, spoke with James Renner, who pointed his finger at a man named Ty Corbin. Then, when Justin Rounds called up this Ty Corbin, asked, "Hey, do you know anything about my son who's missing?" Ty Corbin was pointing the finger at somebody else, Curtis Wadsworth.
This is Justin Rounds, Dylan's dad. I talked to a guy named James. He said to call you.
Yes, sir. Let me go inside really quick.
Okay.
Are you by yourself, Mr. Rounds?
I've got one of my good buddies here that I've known since I was a kid.
Okay. You're not around the Wadsworths at all, correct?
No,
right now?
no, I'm not. Not even fucking close.
Okay. I've lived in that area. I remember when the Wadsworths come to town. First off, I want to tell you that I feel for you. I'm sorry your son's missing. I really am.
Yeah.
I believe the Wadsworths are involved.
Okay.
By everything I've read and seen, I'm pretty sure it has to be someone that knows him.
Yes.
It's someone that knows that Lucien area really well.
Yes.
It's someone that knows Montello really well.
Yes.
And the only person that fits that profile is Kurt. And between you and me, I'm not trying to offend you, but it's kind of common knowledge that Kurt and your son were living at the saddle sore in that side room and in the back trailer for about the last year and a half, off and on. Not all the time, but off and on.
Okay.
Kurt knows. I would ask Kurt to go in and take a lie detector test.
Okay.
It's I don't search that area out, Lucien. He knows that.
And the fucking killer is the one who said, "Oh, go over there. It's this guy over here." And he's like, "No, go look over there. It's this guy over there."
Yeah, man.
Fucking killer. That's crazy to me.
Remember Ty Corbin wanted to have a fist fight with Salty Pancakes in the streets? Like he wanted to have a fist fight with them. That was crazy. I guess you don't remember.
Yeah, I remember them driving all the way down, all the way up there to have a fight.
So you want to have a fist fight? Like
Ty Corbin stood outside for 3 fucking hours waiting. Remember?
Yeah.
So like, fuck you, I ain't showing up, bitch.
Yeah, I know that. He just went live and just said, "Fuck you, I'm not going there."
They were trying to meet up and have fist fights. I'm like, what the fuck is really going on?
Yeah. I couldn't believe that shit.
Yeah,
man.
that's Ty on the phone. That is Ty talking on the phone. Yeah.
That's Ty. And he used to be on YouTube all the time, like going live all the time.
Oh, I can't remember the name of that couple. Do you remember voices?
I'm sitting here trying to think of their names. They were always in the saddle sore.
No. This is the couple that was searching all the time. Him and his wife. They went out and searched. They recorded every time. They were the ones that was digging up where Brenner's trailer was burned, which is where Dylan's body was found. Right. They were digging in that same area. If they would have kept digging, they would have found Dylan.
Yeah.
That couple, I can't remember their names.
That we see an area very well by used to.
This guy on the phone, Ty, said they were in some kind of relationship. See, as I said, in this small town, I don't even know if you call it small town, ghost area. It might be a better way of putting it. Everybody had their theories about who could have done something. And I mean, this kind of area, you don't really want to muck around with a lot of these type of people. Rough as a bear's arse, some of these lads would be, as my dad would say. Curtis Wadsworth was interviewed. He said Dylan was a good kid. He did stay over at his trailer for time to time, but I'm not sure if there's anything more going on, than that. There was just a lot of backcountry rumor in this area. He said he worked as a backhoe operator, helped out at Dylan's farm from time to time, and was sure as shit, had no clue what happened to the young fella, and he was very eager to clear his name. But everybody had a theory of what had happened, and listen, folks, none of them good. There was a lot of strange characters around in this area. This is Fallout, more or less.
He's out here trying to manage it and make something out of nothing. I've been pissed off the whole time he's been out here. And so he's been trying his ass off, making some connections with ranchers and people that do things, So he's not out here. We don't know these people.
Have you heard any other names he's ever mentioned before? He's talked to, hung out with,
No
females?
No females.
No kids?
Cool people that the guy that owns this friended him. People at the bar to go there for lunch, get a hamburger. People at the store know him. He stayed at this hotel, and he knows. I forget some of these names.
The searches for Dylan continued, and they grew and grew. Canine searches, aerial searches on the ground. People drove in from neighboring states to help in the search, but nothing was located. It was a very, very strange disappearance. The long-abandoned mine shafts became a leading theory that his likely body at this stage, had been dumped down one. Dylan seemed like a smart, ambitious, and dedicated young fella, running this farm all by his lonesome in an area he didn't really know that well at all, surrounded by strangers. But it seemed like he was doing a good job at settling in and making friends all around them. Unfortunately, he made one he shouldn't have. A man with a checkered past and a deadly temper. Like, something else that happened not long before Dylan disappeared is that he had been driving down the road. Dylan would tell the story to his family before he disappeared that he had been driving down the road this day, and as he had been driving, he had seen somebody off to the side of the road who flagged him down. This guy was walking along the side of the road barefoot. Dylan pulled up alongside him, and Dylan would say this guy was acting really, really erratically and was sort of demanding, phone now, phone me, gimme. Dylan was worried about this guy, and he said when he was relating the story to other people, he said he refused to give this guy a ride, though it seemed like he did actually give him a ride. Maybe he was just embarrassed that he gave this guy a ride. So who was the strange guy Dylan was telling the story about before?
And another strange character unlocked.
No, right?
Yes, Earthworm's the name. Yes, you got it, baby. Another strange character unlocked. Here we go.
Character unlocked.
Because this guy was later seen in that bar in Montello, Nevada, where Dylan would often frequent, asking about him. And then somebody else would give this strange man a ride to Dylan's trailer. Who the shit is this guy, and what's his relationship with Dylan? Dylan was telling everybody he was a crazy guy who tried to pull him over on the side of the road, and Dylan just drove off. When in reality, Dylan actually did give him a ride, and then he later showed up at Dylan's place.
5:25 is when Dylan ran into Chase with the desert and called me right after.
Do you guys know Chase?
We know Avi. He's still.
Yeah, that's what we. What about Dylan? Do you guys know Dylan at all?
Never heard of him.
Chase. Yeah. So Chase is out on that ranch out there. Is that what you're saying?
Somewhere out there,
okay.
Because he was supposed to be in Idaho.
He was later tracked down, and his name was Chase Venstre, and he had a wicked history, including police standoffs that required SWAT involvement, and he had multiple felonies. He had active warrants from Montana and the U.S. Marshal's Office. How well Chase and Dylan knew each other, though, it's sort of unknown. And get this, Chase was also somebody that James Brenner, had mentioned when the police had shown up to investigate Dylan's disappearance.
Say this Chase guy bad.
Chase Vector.
If you look up 2016 in August, the SWAT team was called to his father's house.
Yeah, that's Brenner right there.
Yep, that's him.
That's the one who murdered Dylan right there. He's the one who murdered Dylan.
And you see he's trying to get
telling the cops this shit. Yeah, we're going over Betty's bullshit here in a minute when we're done with this.
Yeah. But I figured it was interesting, this video.
They finally got a warrant to get in there. They didn't find him. They went back in. He was up in the attic, laying in the rafters. Insulation.
As I said, the night before he disappeared, Dylan had gone to the bar. Jim told police that Dylan had been in there bragging about how much money he was making. Something Jim would say, well, not the kind of bar where you want to be bragging about how much money you're making. A lot of shady people will be passing through there, I guess, and you do not want them to know what's in your wallet. Let me go.
Alrighty.
Like I say, go in the bar, brag about how much money you're making, especially
this Jim guy says that Dylan's been in town, bar, whatever, brag about how much money he makes, this and that. But I talked to, doesn't really sound like so.
Chase Venstre did come forward when he heard the police were looking for him and said he had nothing to do with whatever happened to Dylan.
I've been dragged through the mud with this thing with Dylan. You guys know that is.
I don't. We're not looking at you as a suspect or anything.
No. At all. Yeah.
No. We had for a while. We were able to figure that out. I mean, it didn't take much, you know.
He was a fairly top dog suspect from the start, but the police, they got him, they spoke to him, and he was questioned fairly thoroughly. And although he had a pretty, I don't know what you want to say, rank, wicked history, no, they would discard him from having anything to do with Dylan Rand's disappearance. He was alibied for the day that we know, Dylan was last alive. Though, as a quick aside, he's pretty busy, this Chase Venstre guy, because as of September 2024, he is a wanted man on the run with 5 felonies that he has yet to answer for, and is still wanted by the Box Elder County authorities. Last seen in Montello, Nevada, maybe at the same bar. But one person, multiple people are saying, got a bad feeling. Hairs stand up on neck when we see this guy and speak to this guy is, of course, the man who has many other names on his lips. 58-year-old James Brenner, the guy who was saying, oh, interesting, being very helpful, but maybe you should look into this guy. Maybe you should look into this guy. Oh, I had a bad feeling about that guy. James Brenner had a lot to say about others, and it would turn out that others would have a lot to say about James Brenner.
Okay. Pretty good guy. Just kind of off.
Yeah,
James was squatting on the land. He lived in a trailer that was right beside where Dylan would have placed his grain to shelter it. And Jim, he also had a number of previous convictions and even an active warrant. But one thing that would later stand out was Don Hatley, the other guy who would, be in the area. Don Hatley was a friend of the Dylan Rounds' grandfather, so he'd kind of like keep an eye on the area. Well, Don Hatley would later have a bit of a chinwag with the police, and he would say, folks, isn't it funny that after Dylan Rounds disappeared, James Brenner gave me some firearms to hold on to for him. Maybe James didn't want to be found with these guns. It was pretty interesting. And James, as a felon, was not allowed to have firearms. So that was kind of like, well, you can get him on that. Don Hatley was a good friend of Dylan's grandfather and a good friend of Jim Brenner's. He also knew things it seemed he wished he didn't know, and had his suspicions about his friend Jim, the one person who was in the area when Dylan disappeared. He was a man trapped between wanting to find the young fella, but also fearing the very worst about a man he regularly hung out with even on the day Dylan was last seen.
I also want to say that if there's anything you know that you're not telling us, or anything that either you haven't told us the truth about, or things that you haven't told us that we would want to know, now's the time.
I'm not going to withhold information.
Not going to withhold information?
No,
anything that Jim said?
I'll tell you something. Okay. I really don't think that's anything to do with anything. You guys found ammunition and stuff.
Yeah.
Brought us black powder rifles.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where are those?
Well, I put one behind my bedroom, and one's cleaned up in the corner next to the couch.
They also knew Jim had lied. He said he had never seen Dylan the morning he vanished. He had visited his friend Don Hatley that evening, and when he got back to his trailer, which was close to Dylan's barn, he would say, oh, the grain truck's here. Dylan must have brought it over while I was at my friend's in the evening.
I left here about 1:30, between 1:30 and 2, no, Don's. And I was there until about 9 o'clock at night.
Okay. And did you know the truck was coming?
No.
Okay.
Dylan don't tell anybody what he's doing.
Okay. So you weren't here when Dylan came down here. Is that kind of a mutual understanding that he can park stuff down here?
Or? Yeah, but he's supposed to let me know about it, a day ahead of time, because I was building a chicken coop in there. I don't know if you've seen it, all my tools on it.
Oh yeah.
And I had it right in the middle, so I had light. He pulled everything out. He knocked my horse corral out.
But that wasn't true. We know Dylan had brought it over in the morning, as he had mentioned it to his grandma. So James Brenner would have been there when Dylan brought the grain into the barn.
Relevant to the case, but tell me that Dylan was there.
Yeah, it's crazy how his phone turned on, Donnie, huh? Turned on right. Karma's a beautiful thing. And
yeah,
everything done in the dark comes to light.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to tell you the information that I can.
My whole social world just fell apart here. I don't.
Well, one's gone, and now.
Yeah.
You don't know what to think about the other.
If Dylan was there, and Jim was there, that means Jim's lying. I didn't see that coming.
Why do you say Jim's lying to you? If Dylan was there?
Well, if Dylan was there before 3 o'clock and Jim was there.
Did Jim tell you he never saw Dylan that morning?
Sometime while I was gone over here, Dylan brought that grain truck.
Well, that's why I asked you the other questions of could he be at that property for a long period of time without Jim knowing. I don't think so, because I think if I were to walk onto his property, it'd be out there within 2 minutes. There's a warrant for your arrest. I'm going to let you know about it right now.
From Maryland?
So we're going to pick you up and take you to jail.
Oh, God damn it.
So what I want you to do, I know before you tell me, place your hands on your head. Okay?
I got a knife in my pocket.
James.
Yep. Well, pretty shitty, huh? Pretty shitty how that happens, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Got what he fucking deserved.
Brenner was arrested June 10th for having weapons as a felon. Though he was released on the 12th, he was then rearrested about a week later. See, James had a criminal record going back to 1986 in Maryland, if you can believe that. Attempted murder was downgraded to malicious shooting. And then in 1986, he had another conviction. Pennsylvania, assault. He had a warrant even in Fox Elder County for beating up a man using a lawn chair. Well, he's determined, I'll give him that. If you get a good deal, use a lawn chair.
This Maryland bullshit.
Beat a
This
man
has
with a
been going on
lawn
since I was
chair.
22 years old. I'm 58 right now.
Let me grab you a step.
So interestingly, James had been squatting on the property. He lived near that bar and grain shelter where Dylan said he was going that day. And then Dylan's boots were found like pretty close to his trailer. If you Google Maps Lucin, Utah, one of the landmarks is the pond there. Yep, they put that in the tourist brochure. That pond would later be searched, and in it, they found Dylan's phone. They were so thankful, obviously, to have his phone, such a key piece of evidence that they had been looking for the entire time. They only knew it had pinged near his farm, and the pond was quite a ways away, so it had clearly been dumped here, but hopefully it would have some, evidence. Who had he last been speaking to? Who he last called? Maybe, shortly before he vanished. But it would actually end up having a hell of a lot more than that. It showed a lot of his final communications, photos. It also showed something that Dylan did not take at all. How this was taken, nobody knows. But
Freeze
what
frame
it
this.
showed was his killer in blood. James Brenner, covered in blood.
Yeah, Dylan's phone turned on, and it got him right there on camera.
And it's going to show a little bit more. It's going to show him holding the gun a little bit. Just wanted to warn you that's going to happen.
Crazy as fuck, huh?
A firearm. And this was taken the day Dylan vanished.
Right there. Yep.
And you see the blood?
Yep, blood all over his hands and his arms. Yep.
It's just one thing after another. But he's a friend of mine.
Sure. You don't get rid of friends.
It was a time-lapse video. How it was taken, we don't know. The phone literally just decided to film the killer, I guess. Or James Brenner had accidentally swiped or pressed the button. And it was timestamped at 7:27 a.m. on May 28th. Half an hour after Dylan ended his call with his grandmother. The shirt James was wearing was later examined and found to have Dylan's blood on it. James Brenner's cellmate, while James was in prison on the felony weapons charges, his cellmate would later want to speak with the police also, saying that, oh yeah, James Brenner, Jim, yeah, he told me all about how he murdered Dylan Rounds.
Did you have any guess why the Box Elder County Sheriff's Office maybe want to talk to you about anything?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What's that?
My cellie.
Who's that?
James Brenner.
Okay. Do you think you have anything that might be able to help us?
Maybe.
What's that?
2 different locations where a body might be.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Where are those?
West Desert.
Well, okay. That's helpful. We think he's there, too.
He's trying to put it off on somebody named Chase.
Okay.
And,
this guy was saying, yeah, he told me all about it. And guess what? He told me he was trying to pin the murder on Chase Venture, who was already...
And isn't that weird who kept saying Chase Ventura was the murderer?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, looking back now.
Very interesting that he kept on saying, Chase Venture is the murderer. And it makes you wonder if he was getting the information from the actual murderer, pointing at an innocent man. Wow.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Already had been cleared at this point. But remember, that was one of the first names that James Brenner mentioned the day the police showed up to search for Dylan.
And I know he killed the guy who was jealous of him. Spoiled ass little rich kid.
Brent, you're using too many pronouns. When you say he killed him, you're talking about Brenner killing him or this guy named Chase?
Brenner.
Okay.
Yeah, Brenner, he's told me, he's told me so much of it. But I wouldn't stop in West Desert. I would look inside of a septic tank also.
A septic tank?
Yeah, a septic tank.
Why do you say that?
Because he's come across some of these things he's thought about and checked into, and then he starts laughing and says, you guys could be walking right over top of the body.
So I want to start off like I'm being completely upfront and honest with you. Honestly, anything that you tell us, we're going to be somewhat skeptical, just like you're skeptical of us, right?
I get it.
James Brenner was ultimately charged with Dylan Rounds' murder in March of 2023, despite the police still not having Dylan's body. He was charged with first-degree murder, but as part of a plea deal which included leading the authorities to Dylan's body, which he did in early April 2024, he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. And after almost 2 years of finger-pointing, of lies, and one of the strangest videos I think I've ever talked about in one of these good old true crime videos, well, Dylan's body would be found. He had been left out there in the desert. He actually was, there was a lot of them out there because animals had unfortunately gotten to him as well. But at least his parents could finally have some solace knowing that they had their son back and that the guy who did it was in prison. With Jim entering a plea agreement, he received a reduction from first-degree felony aggravated murder to second-degree murder. Brenner was also convicted of 2 weapons-related charges, second-degree felonies. He was sentenced to up to...
Damn, he looks rough.
Well, prison food and prison living doesn't help you.
30 years in prison for each of the 3 counts he pleaded guilty to. He was also given credit for the jail time he already served. Now, Dylan Rounds' parents, Justin and Candice, they wanted him to serve the death penalty. They wanted him dead. But, I mean, he was 58 in 2022. He's like, 60 now. He's going to get up to 30 years. It is quite a high chance that this is a death sentence for James Brenner. And that's where we end with this strange-ass case. You know, people from the very start were suspicious of James Brenner.
Yeah. His dad said right away, I don't trust him.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, honestly, to think about all the rumors that spread, all the people, all the finger pointing, and just makes you wonder about a true, like when you look at a case, it makes you wonder, you got to give a, kind of look at people twice, the ones that want to volunteer information and point you into different directions and point you to different areas. Just a thought. It is heartbreaking. He was a 17-year-old kid who wanted to make it on his own, wanted to build a farm, wanted to build something on his own, and unfortunately, a man stole that from him, and he's dead. That's a sad thing. That poor kid had a great future. He was a hardworking young man, and yeah, he'll never have a future now because it's taken from him. His mother actually started a foundation, I believe. A very strong woman, had to deal with a lot of BS. I give her a lot of credit. It's just very sad that what happened for them. Very sad. But at least they can move forward. Maybe something can happen. It is what it is. But that is the conclusion of Dylan Round's story for now. That's just how it is. Story of a young, very sad. Anywho, we'll get back to something a little bit more lighter subject, the moron here. But yeah, that story always makes me very sad. His crops did grow. Yeah, I think she donated. I think it was like some sort of they gave a certain thing to it. I think they gave something to people. But yeah, man, young man with a dream cut short by an asshole, an evil person. Sad situation. Anyway, I'm ready. I'll keep quiet. We'll play the Bepster.
Yeah, this, okay, so it says Bullhorn Betty, this child is not a normal child.
Didn't vanish. This child didn't vanish. This child, in my opinion, didn't walk out of his home. Why? Because there's no evidence he did, including his shoes are still at the home. Everything of his possessions that he loved are still at his home. This child is not a normal child. He's autistic. And if anybody, which a lot of people in my chat knows their children, knows their grandchildren, and knows family that have autistic children, that behavior does not bode with autism. Period. It doesn't bode with autism. Autistic children do a lot of the same things over and over again. For example, if a child ran away or was known for eloping, it would have happened in younger years and persisted into the teenage years. It wouldn't just all of a sudden, poof, okay, now we have an eloper. It doesn't work that way. If a child is accustomed to putting on shoes and socks every time they leave their home, they're not going to wake up one day and say, oh, I don't need my shoes and socks today. It doesn't work that way. Could somebody have coerced or, had him come out of the house? Okay, well, if that's the case, there would be evidence because it would be called a forensic data trail, which there is none.
a forensic data trail. How do you know they don't have evidence of different stuff? Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, this lady is just repeating herself with the same talking points. Oh, he's autistic, so that means he has a routine. That means he would go out with his shoes. And it's like she gets to be told this multiple times that there are many cases in which kids who are autistic sometimes run out without shoes, or people do that. And she keeps on going with the same thing: wash, rinse, repeat. And then she screams at the chat. It's like,
she's not. How about these people are supposed to have ceased to exist to her?
well, she's going to cease to have freedom soon. That's what's going to cease to exist for her. She's going to cease to not be free if she keeps this up, because she's stupid. And she's got to go to jail because she doesn't understand that this is not a good situation that she's going to be in. I don't know. And also, it's like how she screams and gets angry all the time about the situation. It's like, it's clearly a vendetta at this point. It's clearly
it's fucking irritating because he's not, and he's just because he has autism and
yeah,
neurodivergent does not mean he is not a normal child. What the fuck is wrong with her? That shit irritates the fuck out of me.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, children with autism are very, very smart.
So in order for somebody to be talking to him online, there would be evidence that somebody's talking to him online. There is none. So whenever you look at this case, all the professionals are not leading to abduction. All of the professionals that have been doing this for years and years are leading to foul play.
Should talk to Alt Night about that.
But she doesn't know that because the police department will no longer speak to Sean. So she has no idea what the TBI or the FBI or even the police department has.
Well, I mean, maybe she should talk to Alt Night, who basically said the kid's in New York and Oregon. So unless the kid has a jetpack,
No, they got tips there. I think.
Yeah, but they said that. They said they had tips. They're bullshit. But I'm saying as a point, maybe she should talk to her like employers now before she goes about saying it's not an abduction, because her employers are saying otherwise. You might want to get on the phone with Nick and talk to him, because you're getting the message wrong here. Just saying. What a dummy. Also, you think the police are going to tell you about their forensic data collection and what they're doing? Oh yeah, let's we've just pulled up the records on the possible person that abducted this child. Let's make sure we call up Bullhorn Betty and give her a play-by-play of what we're doing.
Yeah, somebody said, hold on, I see she's got the right symbol. Baby, this is not Betty's video. This is Hartley's video. And Hartley put those up.
Yeah.
Betty got the older outdated puzzle pieces, which are still still part of it. It's just the old outdated.
Oh my God. How do you not fucking research something before you tattoo it on your body? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Bullhorn Betty. I'm saying it too. But it's not just Bullhorn Betty. It is professionals that have been doing this longer than Eric Craddock's been alive. Just saying. And we trust their judgment and opinion. Why? Because we've been watching them for our entire life. Pat Brown, Peter Hyatt, Vinnie Politan. Very smart guy. Very smart guy. Nancy Grace. Ballsy, thick-skinned, love that lady, woman. She don't take no shit. These are the professionals that I look at and I turn to when I'm trying to get and understand things.
So that was Hartley. Make sure you guys go give her a like and a follow or a subscribe.
Yeah, I like Hartley. She puts it together. She gets them going.
Yeah, she does pretty good videos. Yeah.
Okay, I'll admit I didn't know the puzzle piece is offensive. Well, I get that would be, most people would know, but you would probably do research.
It's just that, people are like, she went and got this tattooed and, was trying to show out with it and had the old outdated puzzle pieces instead of like you know.
I was trying to say that the point would be that you would do research before you would tattoo anything on your body, which shows that you're an idiot. Because most people would probably say, hey, let's do a little research on this. Let me just Google this out. Like, let me go on the old Google machine and just type up, what is the sign for autism awareness? And it says, let me see. Nice. And then you look it up and then you see, wow, that's not good. It's not updated.
Hey, I gotta show you something. I went through a box, and I got a new set of sunglasses. Check them out.
Fuck. The fuck? Wait a minute. Have we been infatuated? We have been
infiltrated.
We have been infiltrated by Nick.
Infiltrated.
What did he give you to spy on us? What did the Maker A organization give you?
I don't know. Maybe he's wearing my glasses.
Oh shit! I think we've been had, Queen. I think Voices is fucking working with the man.
Craziest fucking story ever. Opened up a box, and it was a box of mine from like 25 years ago. Guess what was in the box? These sunglasses. Maybe it was only 20 years ago, but there we go.
God. Did he bribe you with a monkey? Did you get a monkey?
Did I get a monkey? Well, no, not exactly. But I did get some cool sunglasses out of the deal. Met with him behind a tree in the park and got me a pair of sunglasses. I had to explain to him, listen, you can name me all day long, but like even the crickets, even the crickets clean. So I got the sunglasses though.
Jeez Louise, man. Jeez Louise. Let me see.
Maybe I took him right off his face during the meeting. Like I stole him right off his face. I snatched him and ran.
Oh my God. I think we need to kick fucking Voices because Voices is a fucking spy for Nick.
I'm not a
Nick
spy.
I
stole his fucking sunglasses. I'm a rebel, yo. I stole his sunglasses. Yes. I saw Justin's monkey, but did anybody see anybody see that he watermarked it, so however he held it?
Yeah. Oh, breaking news.
I told Ange.
So SF Investigates has posted an interesting Twitter Twitter response. And he said, and this is from 3 minutes ago. And his response was, SF Investigates. And it says, Bruce Castor, Trump's ex-attorney, former AG of Pennsylvania, that Alt-Right and its followers have said is going to be the demise of us defendants, is no longer listed as co-counsel on the docket, and him and his firm not named in the motion for leave of court recently filed. Is Castor still counsel to the plaintiffs? Generally asking, and it shows the attorneys, and it does not show Mr. Castor. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. That's going to be something. My opinion, rats leaving a sinking ship. That's my opinion.
Hold on. I missed that. Read that again. I'm sorry.
Well, I can share my screen, but here's the...
Okay.
Give me a moment. Let me just close down some things.
Did you see my glasses, Queen?
Yes, I did. I loved them. Wabi Sabi, you're up here.
Okay, so I got it shared.
Okay, it's on here, but hold on. Wabi Sabi, you're up here. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but ain't working. Anyways, here we go.
So it says here, Bruce Castor, Trump's ex-attorney and former AG of Pennsylvania, that Alt-Right and its followers have said is going to be the demise of us defendants, is no longer listed as co-counsel on the docket. And him.
Whoa, wait a second. Hold on now. Hold on. Now, guess who became my friend today? Guess who subscribed to my channel today?
Was it Dog the Bounty Hunter?
No, no.
No.
I'll
Brittany
give
Jack.
you a clue. First, I was a blocked bitch. Then I wasn't.
Nick the Hat.
Yes, first he blocked me. Look, he wants. I'm telling you, he wants to be my friend.
He wants to be your friend. I mean,
because listen, he blocked.
Sunglasses back.
Come here,
oh my God.
Tim, I told you I took his sunglasses. See, he came and he subscribed to Queen, and now he's gonna tattle that I stole his sunglasses.
Oh my God! So it says. So it also says here on the docket, and his firm is not named in the motion for leave of court recently filed. Is Castor still counsel to the plaintiffs? Question mark. Generally asking. And it shows this, and it just shows Joseph Lesnick, the attorney for Barbecue Lady, and
no, Joseph Lesniak is not the attorney for Barbecue Lady.
No. I said it shows the attorney for Barbecue Lady right here.
Okay, got you. Okay,
and then it shows Joseph Lesniak, and there's you see Stephen Fisher, and you see Granny, and no other attorneys. So where's Bruce Castor? Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
What will happen? But isn't Bruce Castor like Dog's attorney? That's odd.
So does that mean Dog's pulled out of the deal now?
I don't know, man. It's very odd. I don't know if there's some sort of like they have to refile or something. That's very interesting to me. But that's hot off the presses 3 minutes ago. Wonder what's going to happen. Yeah, that was Barbecue's attorneys listed. Yeah. So that makes me wonder, why is Bruce Castor, who's Dog's Bounty Hunter's attorney, skedaddling away? Maybe because he read the motion?
Yeah, maybe because he read the motion. I don't know.
He's like, what? Okay. I'm sorry.
His affidavit. I don't know. Wabi Sabi, you're back up here again, baby. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Good. How are you, love?
I'm doing okay. Castor's off?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I missed that while I was listening, or while I was trying to get back in, but okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hear any sound earlier. I'm sorry. I was trying to get you up here.
That's okay. I think I messed it up. I have this theory, okay? I'm an observer. So yesterday's news, that Tennessee news that doesn't check into anything. Their interview with their international, what is she now? The new girl that has the IMDb profile. Their international investigator, whatever. With the, she's kind of hard to take serious with the clip-in glitter hair and
Brendis or Brandeis or whatever. She's a actress or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and trying not to grin the whole time that she's being interviewed. So it kind of just opened up my theory even more. So hear me out here. We're constantly talking about how weird everything is, and why are these wannabe actors or these B-list actors, or even C-list in this, and why would somebody like Castor and Lesniak be involved in the media groups? And I'm pinning it all together, and these little hints about you'll see Sebastian in spring, and hints about Netflix, and then I'm going to go all the way back to the very beginning with Chris saying this will be a case that will be discussed for decades, and it all comes into this weird theory that maybe you guys can help me dig into a little bit. So my theory is that this could be the makings of a Netflix social experiment.
I've wondered that for a long
Does
time.
that
when
sound
they all
feasible?
Still had IMDb's, right?
Yeah, I can't imagine that this many people that have the type of backgrounds that they do, for as long as they do, are involved in this for any other reason than that there's a show here somewhere.
I
But
think
what is it?
I think that Sebastian went missing, and I think there's a lot of vultures that are taking advantage of that to basically, they saw the opportunity in social media, they saw the attention that Sebastian Rogers had, and I think there is a lot of vultures coming around, in my opinion, by the way, to create a docu-series or something like that.
Do you think their steps could be part of a social experiment to see how?
I mean, when you say social experiment, what do you mean by social
I'm
experiment?
talking about to see the reactions of people.
No.
And the lengths that people will go to.
No.
And Betty is like the biggest idiot of all.
I think it has to do
And
with
everybody's
money.
getting tattoos.
Yeah,
Well, it will be with money.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a social experiment. I think it's just a situation where a group of people see where they can make money and the possibility of how it could blow up and make a lot of money, and I think that's the thing. The
Well, and
reason
that could honestly be, Tim, that could be part of a social experiment. I mean, both things could totally be right because
And
they
that's
could
kind
be
of what I'm
experimenting
thinking.
with seeing
That
how
there
big
is.
to get this one going, right?
I
How
feel
big
like
to get, and then they can try it on another one.
I feel like a bunch of it is contrived, and not necessarily from the beginning. Although I will go back to Chris's statement in the beginning. It's the one thing that has really not settled in my mind about him. That why would he know that so early on? And this is why I need you guys to help branch this out for me, maybe. But there's more into this, and I don't know whether. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gone so far back as to go, okay, what if these were really old pictures of Sebastian? He's really not 15.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
You know the whole.
We're getting into Kylie Ronnie territory.
Well,
No.
is I don't necessarily believe that. But here's the thing: is when kind of filling out a case, right? You try to prove yourself wrong, right? And move from there on, and that's where I've been going. Is proving
I mean, I'm gonna
my
be.
theories are wrong, but there's still parts of it that still won't go away.
I mean, I get it. You're welcome to your opinions. It is what it is. I mean, I know I've had some crazy, conspiracy opinions in my head that I've kept in my mind. I always looked at, in the beginning, I looked at Seth a little bit sideways when he basically was in the command center and he had to be tossed out. What? I'm sorry. You said something, Queen. I couldn't hear it. What do you say? Oh, okay. But I had that thought. But the truth of the matter is that you kind of say to yourself, is it realistic that, Seth is running through the backwoods of Tennessee and doing all this stuff and wouldn't get caught? And I said, likely not. Like 90% likely not. But there's still people that have that theory. I just think, in my opinion, I'm more in the theory of either he went out there, ran out there, got lost, and unfortunately might have became deceased, or he was lured out. I don't think the mother has anything to do with the disappearance, and I don't think the father, the biological father, or the stepfather have anything to do with the disappearance. But that's just my opinion on that. And I think these guys came around, they saw a hole in the market, and they thought that they could make a docuseries. Like they thought, hey, we can just do an injunction. It looked great on the stories. We'll do a own on these YouTubers. These YouTubers are, I'm an attorney. I could scare these YouTubers away, and we'll look like heroes. And then we'll change the narrative, and then we'll make a docuseries, try to sell it to a network, and we'll try to make Bullhorn Betty into like this controversial kind of hero figure that goes into it. And I think it's all kind of been backfired because a lot of these YouTubers are like Reddit. They got worried a little bit, and then they said, oh, this makes no sense. And now they're going to court. And I think they kind of overplayed their hand with SF and other people. And that's just my opinion.
Have you seen the social experiment? It's been several years out, but I never watched the whole thing, but
okay.
I know the premise of it. And that is this. It is how far can can things spread on social media, and where will people take it, you know? And how do you lead people to believe certain things? And it kind of falls back on this. You look back on Julia and how much, and this hasn't even been a year
Yeah.
that he's been gone. And there have been so many, like I says, I think it's more than them just jumping on an opportunity. I feel like there's more contrived circumstances in this than that.
I don't know. I mean, we've just watched. There could be more to anything. We just watched about Dylan Rounds where the killer was literally directing people who might, like the police, like, oh, go over there, and planting evidence day one. So anything is really possible, you know. But the truth of the matter is you got to kind of work with what facts you have, and you know what I mean, like a social experiment by Netflix. You know, what would you have to support that theory?
Well, I don't. That's why I kind of want, I want to kind of gather things in my basket. I don't have a lot to support it, other than there are a lot of actors that have either tried to become actors, have had some experience.
Yeah.
There are actual lawyers that have lawyered for. I'm losing my words, but lawyered for actors.
Yeah.
And other famed people. There are, as a media company turned investigative resource, right? They are, where I see it's contrived to, is the at night media seems to evolve as the story evolves. And it's like every step that the story takes. Now, because there's we've got SF working on there, and he's got the name investigator. Well, now at night has to add investigation.
Yeah.
Team.
By the way, I'm sorry to cut you off. I think
okay.
Great One wants to say something. She says, Chris stated in this will be talked about for years to come about the amount of law enforcement resources that was applied so quickly to Sebastian's case. And you know what? That's a very interesting point, because a lot of times we like content creators have stated like, oh, this would be the most, a lot of content creators said this was going to be like, talked about in his, talked about case for years to come, and they didn't complete the sentence. And I have a feeling that the reason why they did that was because, they want to push the narrative that, Chris knows something, and it kind of goes into your whole thought process of social experiments and how, social media can like basically change, you change things a little bit.
And see, that's the thing about that sentence is Chris never completed that sentence either. And it doesn't make him guilty or innocent. It's just that he never completed it. So therefore, from that on, anybody can make it however they want. You can either take it this trail, like Gray One said, which is kind of what I've gone on as well, or the other side immediately, as he didn't complete it because he doesn't want us to know.
That's what he said. Yeah, but that's what he said. That was his full sentence. That's what he said.
He absolutely said police involvement.
He said, that's Gray One saying, what he stated was, Chris stated this will be talked about for years to come about the amount of law enforcement resources that was applied so quickly to Sebastian's case.
Okay.
And like a lot of content creators, and the thing is, it's like a lot of content creators kind of chip off a little bit here, and then they go with that because they have their own kind of message they want to push. In the beginning, they wanted to paint the stepfather as the possible, he's abusive and he did something to Sebastian. And then when more facts came out, they realized it's not possible, that he's 3 hours away, he's working, he's seen, and they have to change it little by little. And it's kind of the truth of the matter is that social media works with not all the facts of a case, like police officers.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't know what the police, like when Betty's complaining about, well, why don't we know about if he was lured out by, electronic devices? Well, if it's an open investigation and you're trying to investigate if there's possible kidnappers, would you let them know that that there are kidnappers involved? Or would you keep it quiet so that you don't, because there's two things. One, kid could be a hostage to these people. So if you alert them, they might say, "Oh, well, we've got to kill the kid and dump his body,
right?
So they don't find us." If you go on the media and say, "Hey, we know Sebastian Rogers was kidnapped via this device," the people might say, "Whoa, we need to get rid of this kid immediately. Let's kill him." Or they could be like a situation where they're tracking down and they don't want to alert them to scare them off and find the kid. So when Betty says, like, why don't they tell us about the device and all that stuff? Maybe because, if they did have that information, they don't want to actually alert the possible suspects. The same thing with Brenner. You think, like, when you're a police interrogating, you're interrogating someone and someone lies to you immediately. Like, if you told me a story, I got to do the report with you, you told me your story. If I immediately jumped on you on the first time you told me the story and said, "Oh, that's a lie," you would clam up immediately.
But here's the difference between Dylan's case and Sebastian's is we see the clown show, right? It's extremely obvious that there is so much clowning going on.
Absolutely.
With Sebastian's case, Dylan Rounds, it didn't have that this has got to be a joke feeling, right?
Are you serious?
Well,
no.
Well, I am actually.
Like, I sat through the Dylan Rounds.
Hold on.
The difference is that it you could tell it was a serious case. Now, where it went may have taken some, trips toward the circus, but it didn't. I don't personally feel, and this is just
at
personal
one point,
experience
I
in listening to interviews and stuff like that.
I mean,
I have a whole different feeling
Uh-huh.
about how much of a clown show one is versus the other, and the video, body cam videos, which isn't there that we've seen on Sebastian's, right?
Well, you're not going to get the body cam footage while there's an open investigation,
But even listening to, I mean, you didn't, and granted, I didn't listen to Dylan's as much, but
okay.
I was involved in other stuff, but
Understood.
You could still see the seriousness of the matter, whereas with Sebastian, all seriousness seems to have gone out the window.
By who?
Go ahead,
Are you by the police or by the people around
by the people?
social
The
media?
police aren't saying anything, so you don't even have a direction.
I mean, like, the thing is like, if it's an open investigation, they don't want to give any information. I mean, for instance, let's say they think like the mother did something. Do you think they're going to go outright and be like, "Yep, we think the mother did it, and we were building a case against her"?
Cases to say they have person.
They sometimes say she's a suspect, but
Persons
like
of interest more than anything.
yeah, but like I just think like either they have nothing new, which is sad. I mean, that's a very sad situation if they don't have anything new, or they're following leads and they don't want to say anything. But Voices, were you going to say something? I'm sorry, we interrupted you. My apologies, Voices.
I wanted to, both you and I know exactly what a circus. I wanted to hear Wabi's point on why she didn't feel that the Dylan Rounds case turned into the circus that we both know that it turned into. I wanted to hear Wabi's point. That was all. That's why I was Tim, let her tell us why she sees it from that perspective. Because you and I both have a lot of insight, like we have a lot of insight on the case because of what I mean. It was an absolute circus, Wabi.
Yeah.
It really was.
And I think I'm looking at it from a different perspective. And like I said, it's probably different in how much we took in on it. I'm just looking at it from more of my point of view kind of thing. Do you guys, first off, do you guys feel like it's as much of a circus or has the kind of actors, players in the circus as Sebastian's case?
Oh, it definitely
did. It actually did. For instance, at one point, people were like accusing YouTubers of being murderers or sex traffickers, and then there was the thing is like when you have only rumors, people want answers to unanswered questions, and they will go with any content creator that gives them even the most insane answer there is. And I've seen that happen a lot in different cases. And unfortunately, it's just how it is. It's to be expected in a high-profile case. It becomes kind of a circus. It happened with the Lonnie Simon case. It happened with Dylan's Rounds case. It happened with the Kylie Rodney case. It's happened with the Sebastian Rogers case. It's happened with remember the football, the 4 guys who died in the Kansas City house.
Yeah.
There was a lot of conspiracy. They thought he was like Breaking Bad drug dealer that was chemically killed his friends or some stuff.
Yeah, creating a lab
creating a lab, and people were like doxing the doctor and trying to find out who he was.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it happens a
So,
lot.
to answer voices, my feeling is this in the difference of Sebastian's and versus Dylan's and Quentin's and all the others, that we didn't
Wabi said they're asking if you can speak a little louder. They're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. Is this better?
That's fine.
Yes, that sounds better. Yeah.
Okay. The difference that I see is that we didn't have. Every case is going to have theories. If it breaks out on YouTube, they're going to come up with theories. The difference is that they didn't have as many outside sources inserting themselves and seeming to have such a actress clownish insertion of themselves. I mean, look at the media company involved. They don't seem like a serious media company. What has anybody really seen? It seems like they're one that's trying to make it. When I look at some of these others, like Kylie Rodney, which had crazy conspiracy theories and horrible things done to those kids,
And the family of the missing
but you could feel the seriousness of people that truly believed it, versus some of these that are inserting themselves in Sebastian.
Oh, okay. Now I get
don't
what you
believe it at all.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
You can hear the interviews.
Can I say
of
something?
People's emotions versus Sebastian's case, where they're coming in, creating these stupid theories, talking about truth serums. They're deliberately adding.
Nope, not today.
Clownish stuff.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I just want to say something. So I get what you're saying. Is basically you're saying that those people had a real belief in what they were talking about, and you feel like the Sebastian Rogers case doesn't have. These people are just doing it for a monetary gain, and they have really no belief in what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, and they're drumming up the most salacious stuff that they can at any given moment to, like I said, to deflect from whatever the topic is at the moment. I feel like these other cases just had a lot of very interested and sometimes delusional and sometimes crazy theorists.
Unfortunately, Wabi, unfortunately, no, because there was just as much craziness making financial profit off of it in Dylan's case as there has been in Summers and all the way around.
That's going to happen. Like I said, when it comes to those that have inserted themselves that seem to tie together, and either the Julias and this new international investigator and them have reached out to late night media. I'm going to use pseudonyms here because I don't want to be added. Or
you're already added.
The other way
Don't
around.
worry, you're already added.
I know.
Already going to happen, ma'am.
I know,
You've
the
talked.
wild
You mentioned the Nick. You're done. So
Nick the Cap.
Nick the Cap.
Yeah. But do you
stop the cap?
Does it resemble closely the outside interference and redirections that this has with players that were, either in media, trying to make it on media, defended media?
No, I mean, I'm saying you had Ryan Upchurch and the Kylie Rodney. You had AWP who was spreading misinformation on the case. You had the media, basically, kind of supporting what AWP was doing. You had multiple YouTubers that made that into a complete circus. With the Dylan Rounds case, it wasn't as media, there wasn't as many media or big YouTubers, but you had a lot of people on the ground that was like a circus there and made it into a circus. It was it was before a bigger, so it was kind of evolved. So you had YouTubers, and you only had to deal with YouTubers and people on the ground. And then it evolved to bigger YouTubers and some media people. And now it's fully evolved to lawyers and media companies and all this, like, you know, all these people who kind of, in my opinion, is taking advantage of a case.
Okay, think of it as a traveling circus, right? We've got the general traveling circus amongst YouTubers that goes from case to case to case to case to case, doing their crap to earn money and throw out stuff that's going to suit their narrative so that they can keep their money flowing, right? And gather others that fit their theories to latch onto and earn more money from. But in each traveling circus, and I just, from what I've seen, they will get locals from theater companies, or they'll get local kids to do the vendors around the circus. You know, they'll call in different food trucks. They'll use locals to latch onto theories and get pictures or follow, you know. But then those locals will stay home, and then the circus will travel on. The same bad actors that were in the Kylie Rodney are now moving on to, which came first, Quentin or Kylie? Quentin first, right?
No, I mean, like, if
But
you're talking
then
about, I
at
think
each place there's new people that come in and help.
I'm trying to
that
say,
circus.
like,
Uh-huh.
Gray is trying to say something where it says that this one is feels more coordinated, I think. And the other
Yes.
one is not as a coordinated would be the proper word. I think Gray one's saying, which I agree with, actually.
Absolutely. That's why I says it feels more contrived than
Coordinated.
Or coordinated is maybe a better word. But I also feel there's some level of they're I mean, to me there's no question, is late night media directing the conversation now? Yeah. And whether I don't know that they had anything to do with it before. It just seems like very fast to be able to do this. So anyway, it was just something new that I thought I'm going to bring up and see what anybody else thinks, or if I'm the only crazy one out here. But yeah, Gray One's catching what I'm throwing out there. But it's, to me, it's the little, I think I go kind of far into details and see the tiny things that tell me that there's more to it.
Nope. Well, but I understand what you're saying.
Anyway, just something to kick around. I don't know if Queen or Voices have any more thoughts on that.
I think that as time has gone on, we have seen all of these cases turn into an absolute circus, and we could all do better. That's really how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, I think
compared so much. People say, "Is this as bad as summer?" It's almost like it's not. It's worse than summer's now. So
well, I think
the next time we have to make it worse than Sebastian's.
I think what they were basically saying, it's coordinated. When you look at summer, I think it was more like a bunch of YouTubers decided to grift together and people watched. And it wasn't as coordinated as it was in other cases. And it just gets more and more coordinated because there's more and more profit to be involved in it. So that's
but I'll be honest with you. I almost would wish that it, at this point, could be a social experiment. Honestly, because we could get a lot of laughs on a lot of people, especially people, marking up their bodies with something just to show how stupid people can get.
Well, she's going to do a very good job. She's going to do a very good job in jail. Maybe she'll get another tattoo in jail.
I hope so. I hope they put it right where that one is. But I'll let you go.
All right.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, good talking to you, Wabi Sabi.
All right, you guys too. Take care.
Thank you for coming up, Wabi Sabi.
All right, have a good week.
Bye, Wabi.
Love.
Bye-bye.
All right. So what do we got to watch next, Queen?
Betster's bullshit.
Oh, fuck. When does that ever end?
I don't know, but this time change has me all off. I feel like it should be like 5:30.
It's 5 o'clock here, so.
Right. I'm kind of right.
Right.
Sam. I'm like, shit, should I have another cup of coffee? Is that going to make me stay up too late?
I wouldn't drink coffee after 2.
Oh, Tim, that doesn't affect me like that.
Interesting. Let me see.
I'm trying to decide if I want to keep having a trek to pee.
Oh, fuck. 10 p.m. here. See, some people got later than you. Some people got 4:03. Let me see. I think we need just. Let me see. I went to the way back to humanly. Interesting. You see, I think I'm a social experiment. I can't hear or see or shit anymore. Well, I suggest you go to your doctor. Carter. Stitching, are you trying to get me in trouble? You know how I am. We'll see. We'll see. All right. I think we're putting on another video. I think, let me see. I've heard nothing to what she said. She's too low. Only know what B. Tim and Ange is saying. Sorry, I heard her clear because I had headphones on, but it might have been a little bit like, some people have low speakers, it's a little tougher for people to hear. But basically, the long and the short of it is she feels like this is more of a coordinated effort with the Sebastian case than the other cases, and it's getting more and more wild, basically. That's her thing. In the beginning, I was kind of disagreeing with her. I was like, oh, it's all a circus. But then Gray One basically came in and said it's more coordinated. So that's just my opinion. At night, for sure, did correct Betty's statement. Yeah, they did correct her statement because she was fucking stupid. But they all say stupid things.
They absolutely did.
Yeah. And then Brittany's like, that's false information. They didn't correct Betty. And then she's like, she changed it immediately. She doesn't play the audio.
She's like, well, Granny's watching, and Queen Bee always say, they're doing this so it don't happen to other people. Yeah, we basically are. You're giving us no fucking choice.
Yeah. You go off with no facts. You don't actually.
If you wasn't fucking with us, who would you be fucking with?
I mean, I'll give you an example.
Motherfuckers around here, so cut the shit.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Brittany sees like a title says nonsense leaving the HOA, and she thinks like it's going to be this drama. And you would think someone would actually research before going live, pre-show type of deal. But she goes live and she's like, oh, it's not. That just reminds me that you don't do any research for anything. What's your favorite song from the Vault? Not going to tell you. I'm not doxing my song. I'm sorry. We're not doxing songs here. Nini C. Let me see. Why though? Create a missing child experiment. Why would it prove? I don't get it. Well, I don't think she believes that they made the child go missing for an experiment, but I think it's a grift. But I'll keep quiet. Let Queen play.
And actually, nothing here is stated as fact unless we say otherwise. It is all opinion. Do your own research, make your own speculations, view your own opinions. Do not show hate to anybody mentioned in this live stream. Do not attack or go after or harass anybody mentioned in this live stream. Just want to put that out there. Here we go.
Be lurking in the bushes somewhere. So give Chaos a big shout out as well. Caroline, it's nice to see you. Yes, it's covered
Kind of like you've been lurking in our bushes for a while now, Betster.
up. So it's kind of like, it looks like it's, I don't know, like, it's something, but I love it too. This case is going to be with me for a really good long while. And I can't find any reason why not to, because this case has definitely been one for the books. This is something I've never dealt with any case that we've ever.
No, and you know what we said? Someday, there's gonna come a family. A family's gonna come along, in my opinion, and they're not gonna put up with your shit. And in my opinion, you've met that family.
Covered. I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't feel comfortable with what's going on, but this is not what it's about. That was done for distraction. That was done yet again to take the focus off Sebastian. All the outrage, the pay rate.
Betty, let me kindly remind you, you were arrested for warrants. Warrants because you didn't go to court. Has nothing to do with you fighting for Sebastian. Nothing at all.
Rage, I'm so offended, nonsense for the people that have the most vile mouths on the streets of YouTube and TikTok. I don't have time for the nonsense. At the end of the day, every time they talk about.
My guess is she's referring to Jones's post. I'm guessing. I know she was off it. She said something about lithium. I don't know. I don't really know what happened, but she's mad as fuck about it.
Well, I guess she'll be the next one that's going to be in the injunction. The next 50.
And I got this recorded, so you go ahead and private it. I got it recorded, baby. So it's all good.
Okay.
What is it?
Oh, I said I guess she'll be the next 50 defendants on that one. She'll be the next one.
I mean, they're probably gonna have all of YouTube on that motherfucker.
Everyone's going on. I just want to. I wonder if they're gonna make it like
mad about every fucking thing. God,
she does get mad about everything. She just doesn't ignore shit. Like lady ignores shit.
Yeah, sometimes you got.
Sometimes you just gotta ignore shit. That's how it is.
Yeah, it's just.
I like how she's doing prayer hands in this still shop. She's praying. She's praying that she doesn't go to jail. Dear God, baby Jesus.
But I don't think anybody wants to go to jail. I can say that. I don't think anybody wants to go to jail. Fuck that.
Don't worry, we'll send Voices in jail instead. She'll serve the time, right, Voices? Yes.
The fuck you say?
You're
Shit,
awful.
You're being too damn quiet.
I'll answer for you. Yes.
The fuck you say? You're asking go sit in jail. Dude, do you know, like I would be more anxious in jail than a blonde in a round room looking for a corner to piss in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Not
With your
even
examples.
you.
Jesus Christ. That's
I
terrible.
would be more nervous than a whore in church in the front row.
We're going to have to ban Voices. We're going to have to ban Voices for their examples. But anyway. Boys, you know.
About me, they're taking away from Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, which is a case that we've been covering for many months. Nobody gave a damn about this case until Bullhorn Betty was on it. Nobody gave a damn.
No, Betty, you didn't give a fuck until we talked about it over here. This whole fucking side. All of us. The fuck? You did not give two shits about this case until you seen the numbers. And then you wanted an interview with Sean. In my opinion.
About Daniela Mendiola's case until Bullhorn Betty's on it, on it. Nobody gives a rat's ass about these cases, period. Unless
who's covering Daniela? Who's covering that besides Olivia? I don't see anybody else covering that case. Not anybody.
Didn't she stop covering it?
Not one person. You went to fucking court. You filed an emergency. What was it? Was she an emergency extension? You filed an emergency extension for your fucking hurricane damage and then was caught traveling and going to cover a case after you asked for an extension for your alleged damage to your house.
Because she couldn't make the production team wait another minute longer.
I'm on it, and then it's condemned to destroy anybody and everybody, including the victims of these crimes. But we're on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers because every time they do this, they take the voices of the victims away. They don't.
No, in my opinion, that's what your funky ass fucking half-ass attempt of a RICO lawsuit did. Because you know what? I don't see hardly anybody talking about this case anymore. Fuck, you did the Vigil and can't even get more than 5,000 views on your fucking video. And you put it on members only, and then you put it on fucking public, and you still can't get views on it because nobody cares anymore. Nobody wants to talk about the case because they don't want to end up in your funky ass paperwork.
Yeah, it's like a quick way to stop people from covering is threaten people to be sued for 6 years. Most people are like, fuck that. I'll just move on to the next case. Oh, well.
Right. Why the fuck why wouldn't you? And then he said the production team. Okay.
Don't contribute to it. They don't advocate for it. They take their voice away. And many of these people have been taken in silence for life. So we have got to stay strong in our pursuit to keep the victims front and center. We all care about Sebastian. We care about his dad that has been dealing with the unthinkable for this, without his son. He's not living his best life ever, like some other people are. He is very emotional about his son. He wants to talk about his son. He wants to make sure that every time we come on here, we're raising our voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, not Seth Rogers, not Bullhorn Betty, and not the presses that were responsible to keep this boy safe. We are here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and we need to keep ultra focused on him. Keep him in the algorithm. Did you guys see George Lopez is writing about it? We've got Dog the Bounty Hunter. We've got George Lopez. We've got Dog reaching out to Eric Trump. Donald, our new president, Donald J. Trump, knows Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' name. We are getting people to pay attention. We are getting people to notice this case, and we are getting the people the information that they need to have. This child disappeared from a home, and we want answers. We want to know what happened. We want to know what happened. And I am being made an example of this speck of a community. And so we're going to make an example of what true crime can do for victims. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, we have been hitting home. We are raising the roofs. People around the world know this boy's name. People around the world are lighting their house up for green. Why? Because we advocate for the victim.
No, they're lighting it up green for Sebastian or for some other awareness, because actually lighting it up green was for something else well before it was for Sebastian.
I think it was for the Marines, actually.
What in the fuck is she even talking about? Spewing this shit out of the side of her fucking neck.
Well, I think she's trying to imitate JLR, but she's doing a bad job at it, in my opinion.
Yeah, she is. Petty AF, what's up?
I just come up to say she's made this case worse.
Absolutely, in my opinion, I think so too.
By the way,
and Seth, sorry, go on to Peter.
I just wanted to say a green porch light is a symbol of appreciation of the U.S. military veterans. So, yeah.
Yes, and thank you to all veterans on Veterans Day. But her and Seth have made this case so much worse. They've stopped people talking about it. She's done nothing for Sebastian. Nothing. And that's in my opinion. All she's done is make money. All she's done is make chaos. She talks about herself in a third person. She's not Bullhorn Betty at all. That's just a character she's playing. But trying to get all this attention to herself is just not working. Nothing she's done is working. The fake case, everything. Sebastian's name needs to be out here because Sebastian is missing. It's got nothing to do with you, Bullhorn Betty. And Nick and Dog have done nothing. But what, file a fake lawsuit? Well, it's not fake, it's very real. But
Injunction,
but it's very stupid to do that to people who are having opinions online, yet Betty's allowed to have whatever opinion she wants. She's taken advantage of Seth. Seth needs people around him who care about his son, not care about getting publicity. And what she's done is wrong. It's disgusting. And I hope the judge makes her rot in that jail. In my opinion.
I agree. I hope she gets a lot of time in jail, actually, but we'll see. I think she's going to get 10 days each for each charge. I don't think she's going to get more than that, but we'll see. Personally, I think she should probably do more because she's completely ignored every order from that judge. And she's also got a tattoo. And I think that's like weird, very weird behavior, honestly. You know, you have a young child that's missing, and she doesn't even know the kid. She's getting tattoos of him. It's weird. It's absolutely weird. I think people got you got.
It's just a big slap in Katie's face.
Yeah, I think like Brittany said, like, why is it no one calling out the other people that got the tattoo? Maybe because they're relatives. Like, they knew the kid. They knew Sebastian Rogers. Why would
we call out family for getting a tattoo?
Yeah.
Strangers, that's something totally different.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird. Like, your kids, like, that's not appropriate. It's fucking weird. So, yes, people are calling that out. I mean, is it a shocker? No, it's not a shocker. And the problem is they never did research on the sign that they were going to put permanently tattoo on their body. That's another issue. It's like, and it just seems to me like when you record and do things like that, it seems like it's a marketing ploy. It's not actually just like done out of some sort of yourself. It's a marketing ploy when you get all those people. It feels like you're making a still for your fucking documentary. That's what it feels like. And that's why I think there's a documentary or some sort of docuseries being filmed or created by people in the back. I would not be surprised. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I wonder if Seth got the tattoo as well.
George Lopez did share someone's tweet about Sebastian's case. Let me see. I don't think it was all the family, but people calling Betty out because she's the only one we have proof of that got one, and she's nobody in this case. Yeah, that's true. I can concede to that point.
It's because she's wearing it like a trophy, like she's won some sort of prize. She's turning it into a complete circus.
It gives me Buffalo Bill fucking vibes, in my opinion.
It's vile. She disgusts me. She makes me want to throw up.
Well, don't throw up here. Throw up somewhere else.
Yeah, I will do.
Don't throw up here. That's not good. That's not good at all.
No, but she's the way she's gone about this is horrible. Seth was the most vulnerable person you can think of, and she's clung onto him like he's some sort of money token, and she's riding with it, and Seth don't even see it, and that's the saddest part.
Oh no, I mean, I think you're giving Seth a lot of excuses. He knows what the fuck he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's not all stupid. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Someone mentioned earlier about the police still having Seth's devices, but my theory on that is because Sebastian was there so much and he was online a lot there, I think possibly that they've got him talking to somebody, and that's why they've got Seth's devices still, because they're trying to trace that person back, possibly. It's just a theory, but it's the only one that makes sense to me.
It could be. I mean, let me see something. It could be that they just, like, he didn't secure his devices as well as the other parents. They cleared them out pretty much quickly. You know, he did not secure his devices. He was able to, his kid was on there for 12 hours a day with no one watching while he played video games. He didn't even have an app that like monitors their usage and what he was doing. He could have been doing anything.
Allegedly.
Well, I said could have been, and that's...
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Could.
Sorry, I missed allegedly out.
You know, just my feeling. Just my feeling on that one.
She didn't get the memo. On Mondays, we're not messy. It's unkempt Sundays. Come on,
Unkempt Sundays.
Yeah, we can. That's the day of rest. We can be messy on Sundays. Come on Mondays you got to get it together.
Yeah, on Sundays, us me and Mortals B team like to hang out in our pajamas and our dressing gowns and just chill.
Okay.
Maybe in Crocs.
No, there's no Crocs allowed. Absolutely not. But yeah, I guess Queen, if you want to hit the play button.
Y'all ready to get back to it?
Yep, I'm ready.
Here we go.
It would behoove everybody that comes here and supports me. Don't look under the hood. We can no
Behoove,
longer support
yeah.
these people that keep silencing these victims. And that's what they do every time. They do all this nonsense and trashing and destroying and everything else. They are stealing the voice of the voiceless, not giving them a voice. We give them a voice on this channel. We take cases that we would not normally cover, that their own community is barely covering. And we make sure it goes worldwide. We make sure that the people that need to know about the details of this case know about it. For those that are tuning in, I'm Bullhorn Betty. I cover true crime.
What a load of bullshit.
She's really going hard today, ain't she? I mean, we do got this on 1.5, but god dang, she's still going hard.
We've been covering the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake
Still,
Rogers,
yeah,
a 15-year-old.
even taking it down a notch, she's still going hard as hell.
boy that disappeared from his
We might just go over the toy drive next, since they want to show. We might just give them
home from unusual circumstances. There were lights on the outside of a house. One lone light goes toward the house, and only one person wakes up in that house. We have lights going out to an unknown car sitting in the middle of a road, on the side of the road, rather, that ends up driving off as we see another light scurry back toward this child's home. Those are the facts. The facts are this boy hasn't been seen since the evening of February 25th, other than what a worker at the Texas Roadhouse provided, and a video that was provided to show a proof of life. The last time any third party has seen this child was the evening of Sunday, February 25th at 6.
That's the funniest party, Nikki. Listen, she thinks thousands of people are tuning in halfway through. She has to reintroduce herself.
Hello, my name is Bullhorn Betty. I'm a true crime channel. You might have known me in such works as Lalani Simon as the person that stood next to the rotten fishes on the side of the road.
Well, in her defense, as somebody else who does vertical live streams, because she does do this in vertical format, right? So because of that, you have to announce multiple times in your live. Otherwise, you get nothing but people saying, what is this channel about? What do you do? What do you do? What is this about? Because vertical format is like throwing a party and inviting the entire world and not knowing anybody who's going to show up. So that's just in her defense.
She gives herself way too much credit. She believes in herself way too much. She's not doing enough all for this. She's dreaming.
Well, when I got the screenshot, she had about 360 people in there.
Wow. Doing good then.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
6:30 in the evening. Nobody has seen that boy since. According to the neighbors and Miss Bobby, nobody even seen him come home. Car pulled in the garage. So while we don't know what happened to this young boy, we definitely know what we saw with our own eyes. We definitely know what was seen in the video that Nick Barris provided. And it made a lot of us feel very, very, very uncomfortable. We know the behavior that we've
Very uncomfortable. You were madder than fuck about that video.
seen displayed since March 3rd of this case from all the parents, not just a few, all of them. We also know exactly where the father, Seth Rogers, was. We really don't know anything else about the other side other than what we were said. We were told, but no independent corroboration from anyone. Just that. However, with Seth, we have documentation from his job.
In your opinion, Betty?
Yeah, she just goes with the same talking point. We have documentation from his job. Well, will you show us that documentation? No, I'm not going to show you that documentation. Okay, then who gives a fuck? I think she did. It's crazy. And number two, no one's accusing. Like, there's some people that thought Seth might have something, but majority of people think Seth did not have anything to do with the disappearance of his son. They think that he's an asshole. And they think that he's using his son to grift off of the case, which he has. 3 days after his son's disappearance, makes about $25,000 GoFundMe. Then he does a Cash App on every single channel. Then he proceeds to partner up with Tony Mathis and doesn't go on places unless they push his Cash App. Then he proceeds to make a membership, like he says he's going to make a YouTube channel and says he's only going to put videos based upon memberships when I search. When that didn't work, he teamed up with Alt at Night, which, by the way, I would be surprised if there wasn't some sort of I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of financial thing going on there. I wouldn't be surprised. But anywho, yeah, that's the situation. So I think probably 90% of people don't believe Seth has anything to do with the disappearance of his son. They just don't like what he's done. He's also said some terrible things about his wife, said a lot of secret stuff that should not have been released on
Ex-wife.
Ex-wife, thank you for the correction. A lot of terrible things about his ex-wife, accused her of multiple things with no proof about it, and also proceeded to reveal secret information that he should not have revealed about his son on a public platform for YouTube likes, views, and money. So that's the situation. So no one's like caring about your little receipt. They trust the cops, have checked him out. I'm sure the police officers checked them out better than any YouTuber ever could.
Yeah, the police have said that they've checked all three and they don't find any evidence. So she's full of shit, in my opinion, allegedly.
Let me see. My opinion says have been formed by Seth's words and actions. Yeah, I just don't like what he's done. You know, and people sit there and say, "Oh my God, he's the father of a missing kid." Well, he's done a lot of things that are I dislike. Just because I don't think you're guilty of a crime doesn't mean I'm going to like you. Simple as that. Show any grace to Seth. B2, I agree. I cannot show any grace to Seth. He started this misinformation. Yeah. And I think it's been terrible ever since. And he continues. And it just, to me, like when I see him, I just say to myself, like, he does this all the time. Does this all the time. You can hit the play button. I'll keep quiet. I don't talk too much. A little bit.
That's okay, because if you don't, I do.
Yep, that's true. That's true. I'm joking. Law enforcement is keeping details close to vest, allegedly, in my opinion, to affect the case. Yeah, I agree with that. The right people are still looking for special. Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes cases take longer to solve. I mean, Dylan Round's case took, 2 years. Some cases take longer. Unfortunately, it's just it's an unfortunate situation. And I understand it puts a lot of people through torture. I mean, like the parents, even though I don't like Seth, I can sympathize that he's missing his son. And, but still, I mean, that doesn't give him a pass for his bad behavior.
Agreed.
I'm going to drop. I'm going to off it.
All right. You feel better, Patty.
Feel better.
Feel better.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the vid's kind of bad thing. You know what I mean? Messing people, a lot of people up. A lot of people getting messed up by the vid. Yeah. What do you think of the, I think Queen's stepped away for a moment, but I'm ready for her to hit the play. But while she's stepped away.
Well, we'll shut up at any point in time when she goes, when she hits the play button.
You think Caster's gone? Like he just skedaddled away? And you think Dog's going to be gone too?
I've always thought, like I said, I've always thought that this wasn't the reason that they put in there that they can't raise funds via like GoFundMe or whatever is because they were only doing this as a scare tactic, in my opinion. But just because I believe that doesn't mean that if that were my name in there, I would do the same exact thing and get a lawyer to answer it because I'm not an attorney.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real. Even the worst attorney is better than the best pro se litigant. It's just how it is.
Absolutely.
So when you're dealing with an attorney, you just have to have an attorney to deal with one. It's just how it is. And it sucks because these people have to raise money to defend themselves for this BS. Yeah. It is what it is.
All because these people want to LARP and, I mean, act like they are,
Yeah. What do you think of Nick being a sub now for Queen Bee? He's part of the Hive now.
Oh, Lord.
He's part of the Hive. He might get a membership. He might be, he might try to get into the Discord, hanging out. Who knows?
Well, I mean, y'all better be careful now.
He's going to be like, hey, guys, let me in. I like to talk to you. Knock, knock. I like to talk about true crime cases, too. I can't leave the state of Florida.
State of
I
Florida?
mean, state of Pennsylvania.
I was gonna say, wow.
Mix up my heads a little bit with the one
That's
per
okay.
watcher.
That's yeah, that.
Hi, Clue. How you doing? I liked your bird video. It was kind of funny.
What? You got a synopsis on it?
Basically, she grabbed each person and compared them to different birds. Betty's
Nice.
like this big breasted bird. It's kind of funny.
The big breasted booby.
Yeah, something like that. I think what was it? Truth is like that Japanese giant beak bird.
Mm-hmm.
I think, let me see. I gotta look at it again. And Brittany J's that owl.
Oh.
Like so that, like, you know, and they just making fun of her face with that while the camera's down, you know, so it was kind of funny. Here, I'll show you the video. It's like only a minute and it's only like a minute and 18 seconds. You can look at it. It's kind of funny.
Perfect. Thank you.
I laughed at that video. It was actually pretty good. Hey, owls are fine creatures. Yeah, well, you know, it was. I think it was like one of those birds that kind of look weird. I would have said pigeon. Don't insult rock doves.
I heard you are totally off the HOA list.
I mean, that's the greatest thing ever. Honestly, it's like, so imagine like that, like, you know, someone, the devil came to you and says, "I'll ban you from hell. You can go everywhere else." I'd be like, thanks.
Well, I only got one thing to say. I don't appreciate my voice being used in their intro as many times as it was. And you're playing a dangerous game because this bitch strikes. So change your intro or we can go to war and I'll keep striking every time you play it. So now.
Oh, I didn't even listen to it. I just heard someone say that the band thing, and I was just like, okay, that's the nicest thing they've done for me for a year.
Oh, yeah, we're in their intro, BTM.
Okay, whatever. I don't really give a fuck. It's the internet, so it's like whatever.
You might not, but I do. So.
Okay. Let me see.
If you don't like me, you don't like me. You don't get to turn around and use me as your ha ha hee hee ho ho.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to ban someone from your group and then basically be like, we're going to play you an intro, but whatever. It is what it is. Tell me how much I live in your head is, you know, by that. It's called, what was our acronym for it? Hypocritical, obnoxious assholes, it stands for.
Wholly obsessed assholes.
Something like that. Cluminati, how is that loud is beyond me. Not sure. Let me see. Then how do you do what you should do? But anyway, I'm waiting for Queen to hit the play button. I'm just talking. But we'll see what happens. Let me see. Try my best to be mutual in the all chats, but after today, Samantha, someone pissed me off in another chat. I wouldn't let people piss you off, man. It's like, it is what it is. Just like, you know, YouTube and stuff is not there to piss you off. It's just to entertain you. And you shouldn't get mad with people. You should just, you know, if they get you annoyed, just, you know, don't even respond. Well, yeah, ice them out. Because at the end of the day, it's like, you're going to get mad at people online. It's like, you know, it's kind of a exercise of futility, honestly. Betty looks like Mr. Slate on the Flintstones now.
Oh,
Mr.
Slate
on the Flintstones.
at the Slate Rock from the quarry where Fred and Barney worked.
I'm pulling up the photo right now because I forgot that fucking shit. Well, listen, she's got hair. She still has hair. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
don't be too much at haters. I'm just saying, don't hate them too much. I banned them from my friends. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. You're going through that. Something I thought about you last night. I watched the attached. Pretty creepy. Huh. It's like, I'm pissed off at everyone talking about Richard Allen in this chat. I get it. Everyone has different theories on cases. I just generally just whatever. People can have opinions. It is what it is. Bruce Castor's off the RICO case allegedly. Yeah, Bruce Castor. You hear about that, Clue? Apparently, Bruce Castor is not on the as an attorney on the list. Now I don't know if he's re-entering or something like that, or if something's changing. But SF picked it up, and I thought that was very interesting. Because everyone was talking about how he's like formerly represented Trump and all that stuff, and I'm like, okay. By the way, Trump was represented by a lot of people in New York. He's a billionaire. There's probably a whole building of attorneys that probably represented that man. Just saying. It's not a big flex.
Right.
Especially if you're in a real estate business. Holy fuck. So many fucking people are representing you on that one.
And you heard her say, our president, Donald J. Trump, knows Sebastian's name. Really?
Sorry, I had to get some din-din.
All right. No problem. Did you see Clue's video about the birds of YouTube?
No, I didn't.
That's funny. I put it in the back if you want to play it. It's like 1 minute and 18 seconds. And it has Betty in it, let's just say. Oh, wait, I put the wrong one. That's wrong. That's it. Sorry. I put stream.
It's a sage grouse.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're great hunting.
Butterhead, I'm done.
Butterhead. Let me see. Okay. I don't know. Oh my god.
Wait, who the fuck is that? Hold on. Who's that? Backing up
Terry
Lynn.
Backing up Terry Lynn. Backing up Terry Lynn. That's funny.
Searching the parking lots. Working
Searching
hard.
the parking lots. Oh shit.
There's me. Smoke him if you got him.
Smoke him if you got him.
Oh,
look.
nope.
It's truth.
She did truth.
Oh my god.
Hell
You know the cool thing about those animals is like you bow to them and they bow back to you as like a hello. So if you go in there, you bow to them and they bow to you, and it's like kind of like how you interact with those types of birds. The last ones, I watched them a lot in Japan. They're pretty cool. Pretty cool birds.
That's fucking funny.
I know, it's cool. It's cool.
That was too funny. All right, here we go.
I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, I probably got to stop it and restart it because I'm flipping back and forth so much.
Yeah.
Clue, how dare you insult sage grouse like that?
Sage grouse, that's the name of it?
Yep, those are sage grouse. Man, those are some really good eating birds. Mm-hmm. And they're fun as hell to hunt. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
She said, I'm just saying we're going to do a part 2. I'm fucking done.
Oh, shit.
I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't feel comfortable with what's going on, but this is not what it's about. Why not to? Because this case has definitely been one for the books. This is something I've never dealt with any case that we've ever covered. I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't feel comfortable with what's going on, but this is not what it's about. That was done for distraction. That was done yet again to take the focus off Sebastian. All the outrage, the pay rage, the oh I'm so offended, nonsense for the people that have the most vile mouths on the streets of YouTube.
Oh, so offended, huh? No, people were pissed off because you disrespected the fuck out of Sebastian's mother by going and getting a fucking tattoo of him. It makes no fucking sense.
and TikTok. I don't have time for the nonsense. You know, at the end of the day, every time they talk about me, they're taking away from Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, which is a case that we've been covering for many months. Nobody gave a damn about this case until Bullhorn Betty was on it. Nobody gave a damn about Daniela Mendiola's case until Bullhorn Betty's on it. Nobody gives a rap.
Well, we've already went over this part, but once again, Betty, we have time stamps and dates of when you got involved in this case, and it was well after it was spoken on YouTube and on TikTok. Why she always comes back from Tennessee mad as fuck. This may not be the place for her. I don't know. Shit, she's in a fucking mood, ain't she?
Ask about these cases, period. Attention, we are getting people to notice this case, and we are getting emotional about his son. He wants to talk about his son. He wants to make sure that every time we come on here, we're raising our voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake.
You don't think his mother feels the same way? I mean, what the hell? Blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Rogers, not Seth Rogers, not Bullhorn Betty, and not the POSs that were responsible to keep this boy safe. We are here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and we need to keep ultra focused on him. Keep him in the algorithm. Did you guys see George Lopez is writing about it? We've got Dog the Bounty Hunter. We've got George Lopez. We've got Dog reaching out to Eric Trump. Donald, our new.
Wait. What was that statement that was just put out? Why is it that they're having to go behind her and clean up her fucking mess? Because they just said Bruce Castor is not involved in this, correct?
Right, but she just said the president and Eric Trump are now.
Yeah. And George Lopez. Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Look at that. Oh my God. That's like the perfect fucking still shot of her face.
Oh my God. Screenshot.
That is so perfect. That should be your thumbnail. That is amazing. That is an amazing still.
Great photo of Bets.
That is probably the best photo I've seen of Betty in my life, actually. Woohoo! Except told people months ago to stop reporting or talking about his son. Yeah, she did. Like he did. He sent cease and desist to people. I forgot to say that one.
Shit, he sent a cease and desist to Chloe.
Yeah.
We're doing background checks, and we just saw a major reason on why it's important to do background checks on people.
Well, I mean, he allegedly does them too, so he's sitting next to somebody I know for a fact does them.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, Betty.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this is another thing. Please remove your background information been verified. You can opt out so that idiot sleuthers like Betty doesn't pull up your information and know your home address and your fucking name and all that stuff. You can also use sites like Delete Me and other services that can actually you pay, and they will delete you from all the background search programs. So just in case your name does go out there, they will not be able to pay some idiot website to fucking Google your name and find where you live. Just a heads up for those. I call it the anti-idiot sleuthing app, you can use. That's all I wanted to say.
New president, Donald J. Trump, knows Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' name. We are getting people to pay attention. We are getting people to notice this case, and we are getting the people the information that they need to have.
Did she just say he knows Sebastian's name?
Yes.
I mean, did he ever tweet about it?
Nope.
Let me see it. I don't believe he's ever tweeted about Sebastian Rogers. So we're taking Nick's word. Are we just taking Nick's word that he talked to Donald Trump?
She said both the dog reached out to Eric Trump.
Okay. So
basically she's saying that, okay, look, Darcy Miller says Nick tagged Eric, but not Trump in the original post.
So he tweeted at someone.
Yeah. So that's all it is. That's all.
You know, I could do that. That doesn't mean I talk to Trump. You do realize that. Queen could do that. Everyone in this chat could tweet Trump. Doesn't mean we'd actually talk to Trump. I can literally like tweet him about like the book I'm reading right now. Means nothing. Jesus Christ.
This child disappeared from a home, and we want answers. We want to know what happened. We want to know what happened. And I am being made an example of this speck of a community. And so we're going to make an example of what true crime can do for victims. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, we have been hitting home. We are raising the roofs. People around the world know this boy's name. People around the
Well, after the last stunt you fucking pulled at the Vigil, no, I don't think very many people showed up. I didn't see any more people there than were there the last time. And now that this lawsuit came out, in my opinion, people don't want to talk about him. And I mean, like I said, your video didn't even hit 5,000 fucking views. Maybe it hit 6,000 now. It's fucking crazy.
The world are lighting their house up for green. Why? Because we advocate for the victim.
Because
it would behoove everybody that comes here and supports me. Don't look under the hood. We can no longer support these people that keep silencing these victims. And that's what they do every time. They do all this nonsense and trashing and destroying and everything else. They are stealing the voice of the voiceless, not giving them a voice. We give them a voice on this channel. We take cases that we would not normally cover.
No. You take cases that make fucking money. Stop that. Sai says they've ended their own case. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, pretty much. So passionate, huh? She said she's so passionate. Yep, so passionate. Man.
That their own community is barely covering. And we make sure it goes worldwide. We make sure that the people that need to know about the details of this case know about it. For those that are tuning in, I'm Bullhorn Betty. I cover true crime. We've been covering the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's a 15-year-old boy that disappeared from his home from unusual circumstances. There were lights on the outside of a house. One lone light goes toward the house, and only one person wakes up in that house. We have lights going out to an unknown car sitting in the middle of a road, on the side of the road, rather, that ends up driving off as we see another light scurry back toward this child's home. Those are the facts. The facts are this boy hasn't been seen since the evening of February 25th, other than what a worker at the Texas Roadhouse provided, and a video that was provided to show a proof of life. The last time any third party has seen this child was the evening of Sunday, February 25th at 6:30 in the evening. Nobody has seen that boy since. According to the neighbors and Miss Bobby,
Hold on, what'd you say? I'm about to stop paying my taxes if she goes to jail. That way she is too weak to talk. What the hell?
Just go to jail. Imagine if she gets like a year in jail. I'd be so shocked. I'd be like, oh my God.
I don't know. That tattoo probably pushed her shit. I honestly didn't think they would throw her in jail right away. I thought they'd give her, you know what I mean? Basically like a smack on the wrist, a smack on the hand, you know? But that tattoo, I think that's gonna get her ass. I think that's gonna get her ass right there.
You think the DA is gonna actually know about that tattoo and like show it to the judge?
Fuck right, they do.
Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that detective that she was accusing and all that shit watches every fucking stream she does. Yeah, fuck right, they know about that tattoo. Clue, what'd that judge say? These people no longer exist to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think he's going to be very happy.
Judges don't like it when you
Nobody
blatantly disregard what they ask you to do.
Can come home. Car pulled in the garage. So while we don't know what happened to this young boy, we definitely know what we saw with our own eyes. We definitely know what was seen in the video that Nick Barris provided. And it made a lot of us feel very, very, very uncomfortable. We know the behavior that we've seen displayed since March 3rd of this case from all the parents, not just a few, all of them. We also know exactly where the father.
Well, Rona says she had Seth's approval though, so I don't know. But Seth doesn't overrule what the judge says, and the judge told her, this family no longer exists to you.
Also, the protective order goes for the kids too. So the mother, that's her son. She's not supposed to talk about Sebastian Rogers.
Well, I mean, she got violations for tagging him, and then she just claimed she got violations for tagging him, but she just tagged him again yesterday or the day before, something like that. There's screenshots of it.
Yeah.
Why the fuck continue to tag them if you know that's one of your violations? Why would you fucking tag them again? Don't make no fucking sense.
Seth Rogers was. We really don't know anything else about the other side other than what we were said. We were told. But no independent corroboration from anyone. Just that. However, with Seth, we have documentation from his job. We know exactly where he was and exactly what he was doing. Even if he was lying, we've got the proof in the pudding, right? Because we've got the documentation directly from the mouths of Babe, i.e. Davison County Jail. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to watch the Vigil, Sebastian's Vigil. I hope you guys do. This was...
Make sure you plug that.
Yeah, definitely. Make sure you do, because people watched it on the news. They didn't give two fucks what you had to say. Matter of fact, we can put it on if you guys want to see it. We'll pop it up. But like I said, it's almost the same as last time. There's really not much difference, to be honest.
You mean drinking and partying and driving a motorcycle up and down the block?
Yeah, I think they jumped in trucks. They jumped in a truck this time and went around a couple blocks, but I don't know. I mean, I just watched a couple of the news things. Let's put them on real fast.
Hey, I gotta hop down. I gotta get ready to go take flags down. It's Veterans Day. I want to make sure that I'm up there and with enough time. I'll see you guys later.
Baby. Well, obviously you've been kind of quiet today, so.
Oh, I'm kind of stuck in my own head. I apologize. Some of those totes are my sister's stuff, and it's been a lot.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that.
And you said what? It's been a long day.
No, some of the totes I've been going through are my sister's stuff.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's just one of those things. I kind of been lost in my own head, so I just needed to really come hang out with everybody. So.
All right. Well, I'm glad you came up.
We'll see you later. I'm gonna go take the flags down.
All righty, baby. We'll talk to you after a bit.
All right. Guess you keep on playing it.
No, I'm gonna play these vigils or whatever. That there was like a couple of them on here, so I'm just pulling them quick. We played this one, I think, already, but that's how it is when any kids are gone.
I hear no sound. Is that normal? There's no sound.
It is when I'm switching back and forth, yeah. I mean, that's how it goes when I switch back and forth. You know that.
Oh, yeah. I'm just letting you know if there's sound or not, so you don't play it and say.
Here, I'll put it in the back chat. You can pop it up because mine's acting up.
Yeah, no problem. Let me see.
Wait, no, it's in the back chat.
No problem. Give me a second.
I know mine's glitchy today too, so I don't know what's going on with it, to be honest.
It could be just anything. I got it shared.
All right, here we go.
All right, this is the news. Let me put this louder. I'm ready.
Yeah. Go ahead, sit there.
Because my son's not there. It's going through hell when I go home. He's not there.
Almost 9 months and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. His father, Seth, says he won't stop looking for him.
The goal is to find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Some people have issues saying his name, and his name needs to be said more often.
Celebrity bounty hunter Dwayne Chapman.
I mean, if you didn't do an injunction on people and then do a cease and desist on people, they probably would say you say the name more. But now they have to worry about being
Right. They can't. I mean, people are getting,
a matter of fact, you're
sued, or they're going to be added to the lawsuit, or they're being threatened with the lawsuit, or
a matter of fact, your injunction is to stop people from talking about your son, actually. So that's the implication. So maybe you should talk to Nick about that. Just a thought.
Better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, joined the search for Sebastian about 2 months ago. The search initially started with several local and state law enforcement agencies, including the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the TBI.
They haven't come out and told anybody anything since April. And them actually speaking with me, they'd have to actually answer their phone.
Seth encouraged.
Well, maybe they're not answering their phone because you keep on telling Nick and a bunch of YouTubers all the information that they want to keep confidential and not put on the internet. Just a thought.
Just people to keep saying his son's name until Sebastian is found.
We're here because of Sebastian.
I'm going to keep looking for you until I find you. And if you see this, call me. You know my phone number. I won't change it. And I love you.
According to law enforcement, Sebastian was last seen in the beach area of Hendersonville. If you know anything about this case, you are asked to call authorities. We have that information up on our website, WKRN.com. Kenley?
All right. I played it. Do you want to stop sharing?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty much there's like 4 or 5 different, things on the news.
Yeah.
That people watched. I mean, it's pretty much all the same bullshit she posted. It's,
Yeah. It's like, I want people to talk about my son, but I'm going to limit the people that can film at the Vigil, who I want everyone to spread awareness of, so that certain YouTubers
look at the last fucking bullshit they pulled. Nobody could go there. They didn't want outside people there. They didn't want it filmed. They didn't want anybody filming except for the ones who were there.
Yeah, it's like, unless you agree with what I think, which is I think my wife murdered my kid, you can't be there. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
If you say like, oh, I think what you're doing of accusing your ex-wife of being a murderer with no evidence, and that you basically, it could be a runaway situation, like a run out in the woods situation or an abduction, you get banned and treated like absolute shit. You get an injunction that says you can't talk about the case. You get cease and desist before that. So, you need to talk to Nick about that. Your new boss.
And you know what, Cambria, I agree with that. The pain is real. I believe that, but I don't understand what he has done and is doing. I agree with that.
Yeah. I didn't say that he doesn't love his son. I think he's just basically, his vendetta against his wife is I don't know which is greater at that point, because his vendetta, if he really truly wanted to put aside the situation, he should have put aside the situation so that he can work with his wife. Because honestly, there is no evidence so far pointing to her guilt that has been released. So unless he knows something that he was told that no one else knows about, that he has not shared, there's nothing pointing to her guilt. So just because she was in the house at the time where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared does not mean that she's guilty. There has been a case called Angel Turner where the father was in the house and the 16-year-old girl was there too, and she ran away. She was lured out, actually. And people were blaming him. They were going after the father. They would drive by Facebook groups that were filming him, screaming, yeah, we know what you did. You're a murderer, or things like that. Turned out she was lured out. Happens all the time. Happens every single time. And it doesn't help when social media comes in there with their ridiculous rumors and stupidity. Sorry, just doesn't help. Never will help. Sometimes it's best not to report on rumors. There's nothing new going on, unfortunately. And you just got to hope that the police get a break in the case.
Which would be nice for, Seth and Katie and, family. I mean, it would be great if they could get an update.
I really do hope that it's more of an abduction or a lured out situation, because that means he's alive and that he can be, rescued, and not because the other situation is that he went into the woods, they never found him. And unfortunately, that's not a good sign, especially now. He's not surviving in the woods for like 9 months. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. Yeah. So. Yeah, well, in his head, Lovey,
she says this is BHB's ticket to dog and Trump. She won't stop. And I agree with that. I agree with that statement.
She's hoping to go to jail, and then Trump sees it and thinks it's like a Republican issue, and then she would be like a hero or something like that.
Yeah,
that's what she's hoping.
By far, I think one of the best vigils we had. This was so powerful. There was not one person there without tears in their eyes. I can tell you that it moved me emotionally. It moved me so, so, so deeply. And then when Seth got up there and started speaking, I was in tears. Isn't it interesting how every case like this starts with a stupid storyline?
Well, I mean, I think it was a stupid storyline. It's a 15-year-old kid missing. I mean, there's lots of children that are missing. I guess I don't understand what's going on that Trump would want to get involved in something like one child, one missing child's case. Do you know how many people
He gets pardoned?
I'm sorry, I can't with that shit. Wow, so 5 people cried.
Yeah. Did you see just Samantha? She says she's going to get pardoned from Trump when she goes to jail. That'll be his one pardon.
Look, right here, there's somebody right here. Right here. Marie just said right here. The Gallatin Police Department are requesting assistance in locating Evelyn, Amaya, Susanna Castro. Let's see, 14-year-old Hispanic female. So, yes, there's other kids that are missing. I guess I don't understand why they think he would just jump on one child. Why not several?
Yeah. I'm sure his time is more valuable than, answering to Nick the Hat and BHB. I'm sure he has more things on his plate. No offense. Just a thought. And crazy. But it would be wild if Donald Trump did pardon her from going from jail. That would be wild, because there'd be such a political fucking fallout for him, because I can just imagine the clips of BHB being played on multiple stations, just denouncing her. That'd be wild. That'd be absolutely wild. Be like, God damn, this world is a small world. If I be like, that's crazy. Didn't she get kicked out of the rally? Yeah, she did. She couldn't be a front row Joe because of because of the protective orders and stuff like that. Because obviously, the guy did have almost 2 assassination attempts already. Maybe 3. I'm not even sure, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. So they probably don't want another wackadoo in the front row, which I don't blame them. If she wants to be pardoned by Trump, well, there are better people out there that he could help. Yeah, true. All right, I'll keep quiet if you want to hit the play. Now, I will hope that one thing I do hope that she does not go they do not play it like The View have opinion. The View is terrible. Their opinions are always dog shit. That's just my opinion. That's just a side note. This is a side note. Betty truly is disgrace to YouTube and several other followers right behind her. Yeah. I think there would be so much ammunition. I mean, like, because like politics is about messaging, and I don't think that would be a great use of a pardon. You want to pardon people that may be like unjustly serving time in jail, or it's like a favor to a political person. Wink, wink. Hey, we were friends back in the day, and I'm serving time. That type of deal. It's not. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about Betty outside this small little community. Why isn't Andrew doing something about her Florida own state? Because she is in this warped perception. She tells people she lives in a paradise where no one goes missing. Apparently, she believes only 4 people or whatnot go missing in Florida or some shit. Or, she thinks like some sort of magical fantasy land. The truth is because she can't do the same shit she can do in other states because they passed a law because of her. Because when she stood in front of that house, they passed a law that you can't have it like protest in front of people's houses. So now she can't do that in Florida. So now she has to take her circus to other states where they haven't smartened up yet to pass laws to stop that. That's the reason. Also, I mean, it has to be a pretty famous case for her to do that. That she can blame some person or relative and act like a complete schmuck. Oh, that was also Georgia. She got banned from Georgia as well. She's working on all 50 states. I always forget we are a small community. We are absolutely a tiny, tiny community. I mean, people here get maybe if you're lucky, like, even like if you count like all the true crime channels, it's still a small community of people, man. Like, there's people in the commentary community. There's people in the fucking Rolex watch community that get into beefs more than this community. I've seen like 2 guys get like multi-million sub channels get pissed off at each other, get into a drama, and then fight in the boxing ring in Ireland over what their different opinions on iced out watches and non-iced out watches. That Louisiana's next. Get a high-profile case where you can blame a relative of being a murderer and get some donos. No, I'm not the one controlling the video. Nope, this is Queen. I was controlling the video, the other one, but yeah. Did they set up the next vigil? I don't know. I think it's kind of weird to do multiple vigils, to be honest with you. I mean, you got 20 so able-bodied people. Why are you not trying to organize a search with them, like a grid search in an area, and get like one professional to advise them on how to do a search? I don't know why they're doing vigil after vigil, and it's not even 9 months. Like, Queen needs to say, I'm just advocating for a little boy. I can't say. She's got it best on me. Betty is the main character in her own head, and she expected the real world to rise up and applaud her for her bullshit. I guess she wants a darn cookie for her work. Yeah, she really did believe that she's gonna go to jail, and then it's gonna be like, it's gonna be like Mandela. She's gonna be serving in jail, and she's gonna come out, and they're gonna be like clapping. And then when she walks out of jail, they're gonna elect her as like the governor of Florida or something, or governor, mayor, governor. And then she's gonna fucking become the president, and she's gonna maybe she can become a president. She's gonna become the president of the United States over this, and she's gonna be like, I was just advocating for a little boy, but then I said I'm advocating for America, and I'll become the next president. Something like that. That's probably the fantasy in her fucking head. Free Joe Exotics. You know what? There is a good possibility that he might pardon that guy. He's got a lot of press. A vigil for them drinking and eating. You can't do that if you search. True. You could do it afterwards. It could be like a little award. Like, hey guys, we searched for like 8 hours. Let's have a barbecue or something. I don't know. I don't think it's fucking right. I don't know. If it was my child, I'd be doing searches before the snow starts. Well, he did some searches, but they were so disorganized. It wasn't even like proper searches at all, actually. I've been trying super hard to get a new law here with that with every arrest is mandatory psych evaluation. That's not going to work. I'm sorry. I volunteered to get in the ring with BHB. Well, I mean, I don't know. She's got practice. You might be in trouble. You might not be enough. Their YouTube channel gets shut down about getting donations, so they have to get them somehow. Yeah, pretty much. She doesn't search unless streams, and when she tries streaming and searching, it's a shit show. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe you should actually stream, like live stream when you're searching, because you can find something that can be like a dead remains, basically. And I don't think that's a good idea at all. If you make a video and you could edit it out, I think that's a lot better, because at the very least, you don't make that mistake. But when you're live, let's say you find the remains of someone, it's like, oh shit, you already live streamed it. It could be a really bad situation. Let me see. Joshua McCoy. I'll look it up. Give me a second. I'll see when Queen gets back, because I think she stepped away for a moment. Let me see. I think I saw that on Granny's Watching. I saw that picture. She was advertising it. Let me see. Our kind of, she has practice. Yeah, she has a lot of practice. Coos County, COOS County Sheriff's Office is looking for a 5-year-old who went missing over the weekend. Police say Joshua James McCoy has been missing since 5:30 p.m. on a Saturday from a home on Stage Road on Hauser. That's when his mother discovered he wasn't inside the house after the two of them had taken a nap. Joshua was described 3 foot 6 inches tall, thin, brown hair and eyes. Well, it just doesn't say the color of the eyes. Let me see what it says on the color of the eyes. Brown. Didn't say on the article. Brown eyes. Sheriff's office says Joshua is autistic, so he may not respond when called. Police are thankful for community members who have offered assistance, but officers say the search and rescue team is not currently seeking additional manpower due to the nature of the proven process of searches and evidence preservation. Oh, so he's been missing for a while. There's a possibility that they could still find him alive. Yeah, that's every day when that happens. That's tough. That's tough. Oh man, poor kid. Hey, when she gets back, I'll put the post. I'll show the picture. I'll say, hey, can you show the picture? Yeah. But yeah, that kid's like little kids run away. It happened a lot. It happened in the case with Florida. A little kid just ran out. Unfortunately, people like to blame the mother right away, and without the facts, you can't really do that. So, with this case, it just seems, might have ran out, but we'll see. If 21 hours ago, I'm just trying to read. This child, 5-year-old Joshua McCoy. So late at night, resident stage, and so Joshua respond. Yeah, there's not enough information to make a decision on what the situation is with that one. So far, it seems like they're treating it as like the kid just ran off. And unfortunately, even though the kid's very young, 5 years old, he can still run in those woods. It does happen a lot. So we don't know. When streams her searching, it's nothing but a look at me. She wants a pat on the back and just stepping out from. Yeah, she does. Betty definitely does. She doesn't really care. She never really cared about the. They never really care. Oh, we just lost one in Canada a few months ago. 3-year-old, I believe, left the home and they found him days later. Yeah, that's why, you know, when I hear Saturday 5:30, it's Monday. It's I've seen a kid recovered after like 36 hours, but it gets tougher and tougher the longer it goes, and it's like, you know, I can't even imagine going through that type of stuff, man. That's really sad. Look how fast she forgot about Daniels. She forgot about Daniels because there was nothing else that she can do. I mean, I think the cops are possibly overcharging in that case, in my opinion. But it's up to the court system now. It's up to the lawyer. Can the lawyer make the case for that one? We'll see. You know? But that's why you got to let the law enforcement build their case and not let social media do it. Jen Soto has immunity. What the fuck? Does she have immunity? Interesting. Immunity. I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of people that think that woman should be charged with a crime. But let me see if she actually has. I don't know. How did you get that information, by the way? Let me see. She was granted derivative use of immunity, which means that while the statements made in her interview cannot be used against her in court. Okay. So maybe that's it. Yeah. I think it was just for the statement that she made. I'll give me one moment. Give me a second. It's a part immunity. Yeah, I think basically while she was being interviewed. Personally, I don't know. I don't know too much about, like, I know a little bit of it. I listened to it, and my opinion, I think could a DA make a criminal case against her?
Sorry, I was putting it away.
No problem. Can you show a photo of that missing 5-year-old kid? That just
shoot it over to me.
Yeah, they want to have like a photo of the child because he's autistic. He's 5 years old. And he went missing on Saturday at 5:30. His mom was in the house at the time, and
absolutely. Send it on over.
Yeah, I just put it in the back, by the way, the article. If you want to just, I think it has the photo in the article. So I put it in the back. I can share my screen if you want. Either or, but
it's on there. It should be up there. You not see it? You don't see it?
Oh yeah, I see it. So that's the child that's missing. So it's Joshua James McCoy. So that's the kid's missing. If you have information, just, you know, please call the police. I think you can go scroll it down. It has the missing person poster. It says, if you have information about Josh McCoy, call 541-269-8911. So 3 feet 6 inches, 50 to 60 pounds, skinny, thin, brown hair at shoulder length, Caucasian, fair complexion, clothing unknown, scar. It says, what is it? Let me see if I can get the missing person. So I think it's at RIB. The child and mother took a nap at 1 p.m. and mother woke up at 5:30 p.m. to find Joshua missing from his residence in Stage Road, has autism and should answer to Josh or Joshi. Josh is autistic and may not respond when called. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's a good kid. Good looking kid. Yeah. There are 300K missing children from illegal immigrants. Yeah, I mean, a lot of missing kids, man. It's really sad. Yeah, man. I hope this has a good ending with this one. You know, but yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Coos County, Oregon. Yeah. Coos. Yeah. All right. Thanks for that, by the way. They asked for it while you were away, so I figured to put it on. you want it to play, I'm ready. Let me see. I worked with Kip Kimkel. In case you didn't, I still remember the stacks of evidence and paperwork on that case, and that was almost 30 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Bepster. The Bepster. She's going to teach us how to do.
Know about it. For those that are tuning in, I'm Bullhorn Betty. I cover true crime. We've been covering the case of Sebastian Rogers. He's a 15-year-old boy. We also know exactly where the father, Seth Rogers, was. We really don't know anything else about the other side other than what we were said. We were told. But no independent corroboration from anyone. Just that. However, with Seth, we have documentation from his job. We know exactly where he was and exactly what he was doing.
Autism is just now being diagnosed. No, it's not. Autism has been diagnosed for a very long time.
Yeah.
As far as ableist and racist in the chat, Maddie, are you one of them? I'd appreciate it if you didn't. If you are, if you don't come back, we don't appreciate those types of folks over here.
Even if he was lying, we've got the proof in the pudding, right? Because we've got the documentation directly from the mouths of Babe, i.e. Davison County Jail. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to watch the Vigil, Sebastian's Vigil. I hope you guys do. This was by far, I think, one of the best vigils we had. This was so powerful.
You had the same 25 people show up. It's minus like 5, you know?
Oh, by the way, Little Shoe donated 10 memberships.
Yep, I just seen it pop in. I just seen it pop through. Little Shoe, thank you so much, Little Shoe. I appreciate you, and you know, as I love your name. You know, we have somebody that thinks that they're doing big things, and you guys don't want to donate memberships and stuff. And I said, baby, it's close to Christmas. What the fuck are you thinking? I hope they don't. You know what I mean? I'd rather them keep their money for their family and their stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't know. Trust me, baby. One hillbilly don't stop this show. Okay?
Yeah, I just ignore those people, man.
There was not 25 people there. What? There was maybe 12, 15 at the most.
And then
I was trying to give them credit with 25. Come on.
Yeah, in the end of the day, we talk about things that we like to talk about, and that doesn't matter. Simple as that.
Ridiculous, man.
I thought that I figured we could get less people watching because of the Dylan Rounds case. A lot of people are not familiar with it, but I found the case very interesting. I watched that video like twice. I talked about it with you. I thought it was amazing because when you follow a case for almost 2 years and then you get to see the behind the scenes, it's wild. Actually, it's surreal. Actually, sometimes you wish you have a time machine. You can go back in time and be like, "You idiots! It's him." It's the guy pointing.
Fuck. Hold on. She said Betty's ego counts for 5 people, so maybe that made the 25.
Yeah. But yeah.
Powerful.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
There was not one person there without tears in their eyes. I can tell you that it moved me emotionally. It moved me so deeply. And then when Seth got up there and started speaking, I was in tears. Isn't it interesting how every case like this starts with a stupid storyline? I know. Starts with a stupid storyline, and then we got the drama bottom feeders that suck the life out of everyone.
What do you know, Betsy? About yourself, huh? Talking about your fucking self. She said, but where's the hot dogs? T-Rev ain't there this time. T-Rev got his ass sat down. He got a spanking.
Yeah, T-Rev disappeared from the
T-Rev got a spanking for sure.
Yeah. I think he got scared. I think when he saw the injunction, he was like, oh! Then disappeared.
Hell no.
He's working on his Bowflex. He's getting those abs. Let me see.
Are you sure? Have you seen his latest video, B-Tim?
Wasn't that like 2 weeks ago?
He just made this one like a couple days ago, I'm pretty sure. Are you sure?
Are you serious? Let me see.
You didn't see it?
Oh shit! He's back to.
Oh fuck! He screams, "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to be a YouTuber? Are you sure? You want to deal with people talking about you every day?"
Oh well, I mean, if they're talking about you every day, that's a good thing because that means you got, you know, the one thing you have to worry about on YouTube is no one talks about you. That's when you know you're fucked. Absolutely 100% fucked. In the show business, any publicity is good publicity. So.
No, then I thought people were fucking playing games, and I thought they had like photoshopped the picture, and it was fucking real. They did not. It was not photoshopped. It was a real photo. Did you see it? Did you check it?
What? The Are You Sure thing? I just looked at it. Okay, I'll have to watch it later, maybe. I think he's getting back into true crime. I just seen him posting about like his true crime video now. I think he's starting to get back.
Yeah, he's trying to come back. Yeah.
Yep.
Including the alive victims, let alone ones. I mean, we give people voices, they take it away. What they've done to Seth is wrong. What they've done to Sebastian is wrong. And I'm going to say it just like that. Because
look, you're the only one that missed court. You're the only one that got fucking warrants, and you're the only one who got the fucking protective orders against you. You chose to violate them. You had a warrant. You didn't take care of it. You were arrested. It has nothing to fucking do with Sebastian at all. So let's stop using his name as a shield, okay?
Well, notice she's looking away from the camera again. That means she's lying.
I didn't show him his pic because I figured he watched it. He usually catches the replays, so. They're asking, did you see your cartoon picture?
No.
Okay, I thought you caught the replay, so we put it up or whatever. Somebody had sent a couple pictures in on email.
Did you burn them?
No, I showed them. I showed them on the screen. That's why I said I thought you seen it when you watched
Jesus. Why don't you just burn those? I told you to throw them into an incinerator, okay? Like, seriously. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't fucking put those up.
Yep, I was going to say he's going to fucking skedaddle in 3.
Dude, what? I'm gone. Bye. I'm done here. I'm done.
they've attacked Sebastian by attacking his father.
Oh my God.
Everybody else in this world from
okay, so that goes both ways. You're attacking his mother by attacking Sebastian, right? Because it goes both ways, right? Come on now.
Neapolitan, to George Lopez, to Dog Bounty Hunter, to people that do this stuff for a living, can see the light. But it seems like all this other stuff. Kimberly says, this hit me hard. I have a high-functioning 14-year-old autistic grandson. The abuse he got from CP makes me cringe. Nothing to see over here, right? Nothing to see over here. Maybe if they arrest Bullhorn Betty one more time, maybe they can distract just a little bit more. I don't think we're fooled.
Well, I think after that tattoo, you'll probably be going and sitting your ass fucking down for a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah. And also, you don't have a lawyer, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, why can't she? That's my thing, too. Why can't she apply for a public defender?
She makes too much money.
Oh, and okay. Well, I thought that was maybe an option that she could, use a public defender if she needed it. Usually they offer them, so.
Well, she makes too much money. She has multiple streams of income. She probably makes too much money. She doesn't make less than $20,000 a year. If she does, I'd be shocked that she lives on $20,000 a year and travels all over the United States.
No, I know she can't for the appeal, but I meant like for her criminal case that's coming up on the 20th.
Yeah.
I thought she could. I mean, I know she can't for the appeals. I get that. Like, I get that, but.
George Lopez is a comedian? I didn't know. All right, I guess we'll listen to more. She's praying again, by the way. Please, baby Jesus. Please, baby Jesus, I don't want to go to jail. They only serve instant coffee and honey buns in there. How will I ever have my gray meat? Baby Jesus, I promise, I promise, I promise. If you don't throw me in jail, I'll make sure to get the shots for the dog. I might eBay for that shots, but I will get those shots for the dog. The preemptive care for the dog. She has 20K bond. She ain't got no free attorney. Yeah. Betty dragged George Lopez, then she said Eric Trump, and then corrected it to Donald Trump. She's praying with a vape in her hands. If George Lopez is the comedian is brought into this, trust me, I know exactly what he is saying about Betty. That's if he was, yeah, that'd be kind of hilarious if like George Lopez like jumped up and started shitting on Betty, and then he gets named in the injunction. Baby Jesus. Yeah, baby Jesus, please don't put me in jail. That's probably what she just says like every day. I promise I won't be stupid enough to confront a grandparent of a missing child with the threats of possibly getting a GoFundMe with a gun. I promise I won't go on a live stream and say my name is Machete Betty. Please. Please. I know I've done some terrible things, but I don't want to go to jail. Let me see. Did she lose it? No, she still got her 20K bond. That tat, in my opinion, is harassment in some form. That tat, in my opinion, is like the beginning of a storyline of a horror movie. When someone stalks you.
And I think we've been maintaining positivity. We've been maintaining strength. We are here fighting for this young boy we didn't know. We're here standing next to his father, helping hold him up while he walks through the most difficult time of his life, and he has vultures on his back. Some people that he even used to call friend. It's very, very sad. A lot of people say, why, how many videos did you make for him? Oh, this, that, and the other. It's because this is social media, not mainstream media. We have to keep his name every day in the algorithm. Otherwise, he goes cold on these streets. That's how it works. We're very good at what we do to keep these victims' names alive and well on social media in absence of good investigative work. I was actually going to name this. I talked to Seth. Seth wants this always to be about Sebastian, but I was about to name this Dear Nick Barris. Do your job and go through what investigative journalism is. And it's not sitting on your ass and picking up the phone. Hey, Sumner County, got any news for me today? No, investigative journalism is taking the facts of the case and looking into them. So maybe somebody needs to advise Nick Barris to do his damn job and quit dogging on social media because we outperform him. Just saying. Just saying. Because we are Sebastian's army. When we see an obstacle, we go over it, under it, or around it. Period. We walk through the fire. We see the evil each and every day we're on these platforms. And you know what we do? We continue to go through the walk to make sure that the victims are victorious, that the victims have a fighting chance of being found, that the victim's name is known across this country and across this world without exception, without hesitation, and without government influence. We have.
What the fuck is she rambling on about?
Nick Barris.
Right, but I'm saying with
She's really mad at Nick Barris' statement about don't trust rumors and trust the facts. I talked to the police. They said there's nothing new. Don't trust the rumors about Oregon and New York and Canada from wackadoos on the internet. And she's pissed off about it. But in the same breath, talks about the video that he put up. Okay. she is just she's all over the place. One minute she's screaming about Nick Barris, one minute she's screaming about YouTube, one minute she's screaming about the parents. She's like fucking losing it. I think she's losing it. I think she's like shitting herself right now on how scared she is. You know, I think she's really scared because whenever she gets really scared, she gets like this. That's just my opinion. Especially when she gets her hair like that, when she gets braided like that, and puts it back like that, then you know the shit's gonna hit the fan. I mean, if they're like ponytailed, then you know she's gonna go super fucking crazy. Who is George Lopez? I think it's a comedian. Maybe you thought it was a joke to say hello. I would. Can't keep up with what she is saying. She is all over the place. Yeah. She is completely all over the place. She's screaming about Nick Barris, YouTube, talking about how she's spreading awareness for this case, you know, by tagging Sebastian Rogers, like that helps at all. I mean, I'm sure anytime I want to watch a true crime case that I have no clue about, I log in and I see some like disheveled, crazy woman screaming into the camera about massive conspiracies. I tune in all the time. I love it. I love that true crime content. Fantastic. I don't want the calm guy that gives me a timeline of events and actually shows me facts of the case and maybe has a good background noise, like music in the background to make me intrigued of the mystery. No, I want a crazy, disheveled woman from Florida that tattooed the name of a missing child she never met on her back, on her shoulder blade, to scream into the void of of YouTube. Yes, that's exactly where I follow my true crime channels. Fantastic. Is George Lopez even relevant anymore? I haven't heard about him in years. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he's responding. He needs to be relevant. Maybe he's part of the team. Is that the guy who's like stole jokes? Like the alleged joke stealer? Yeah, I think that might be the alleged joke stealer. Or it might have been the other guy. Maybe it's the other. There was no. He wasn't the alleged one. There was another guy who had a comedy special who's Spanish also. Yeah, so that's not the guy. He's not the joke stealer. I mean, he was in such movies as Shark Boy and Lava Girl, 2005. I'm sure that will help. Leave Nick Barris alone, weirdo. Yes. Yeah, that was a while ago, though. Papa Wick. Interesting name. Yeah, another show that flopped. Yeah. At a certain stage of Comedy Central, they had like a lot of good stand-up comedians. Though the best comedy show, in my opinion, is the Chappelle Show. That is absolutely the best one. It beats out every single one. I'm sorry. His comedy sketches were the most hilarious ones I've ever seen. Even today, I pull them up and I laugh because they're hilarious. Chappelle is, and he's still good. I've heard that, like, my sister told me at one time, he just randomly goes into a club, just goes in the back room. He's like, you guys, you got cash? Got $30? Goes in the back room. 30 people come in, and he just does a comedy special, just randomly, just walks in. I don't even think he cares about the money. He just gets $30 each from them and does that. He did that for years in the past, like a couple of years, like when he took his sabbatical type of thing and just went away. But yeah, he does that. He did that sometimes. And it was funny, Chappelle. That guy's really talented. I love that comedy specials. Oh, he still has some comedy specials that are out on Netflix and stuff. But yeah, the guy's still got it even today. He's dead. Who's dead? I didn't think Lopez was dead. Like Chappelle was dead. He's dead. Let me see if he's dead. That's kind of weird. Yeah, look, George Lopez is not dead. It says years, 1983. He's not dead.
He said, sorry, I had a call. He said,
what? What are you laughing at?
Did not. Oh my God. Toasty goes live tonight too.
Yeah, she's going.
She'll be on what, an hour, 2 hours?
She'll be on in an hour and 45 minutes.
Lou said I was going to ask if he's dead. Who tweeted?
Imagine they just lie and then just tweeting a dead guy. Oh my God. They just want to hear you. They just want to hear.
They just want to hear the aggressive typing beats.
Yeah.
Well, we've been on here 5 fucking hours already, and we still have an hour of this bullshit left.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, we did cover the Dylan
We
Round
got
stuff.
like 30 fucking minutes of it left, I guess. But God,
Yeah.
she's a lot to take in. We got to do it in shifts.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that cover her. Like
yeah.
sometimes you get Betty fatigue. Sometimes you're like, oh my God. Like you get immune to her.
Cover her.
Yeah, you get like Betty fatigue. It's like, oh my God. How is she angry all the time? How does she eat so much salt and angry all the time and not suffer like a heart attack? Because she just eats like a fucking bucket of salt. Stuffs it down. He had a kidney transplant? Well, hopefully he recovered well with that one. Microdosing, please. No microdosing. This is a clean chat. We don't do any sort of illicit substances or substances around here. Oh yeah, did you I was also like watching that whole situation with the songs. I think they got us with Tragedy Pimp Exposed with the songs. Yeah, that was funny. I was laughing at that one. No, she's not showing any new avatars. You can find an article online about the celebrity death doesn't make it true. Yes. I went to Wikipedia when you said if he died or not. I was like, oh my God. That'd be kind of crazy if they lied and said they were just communicating with a dead person. I would say, what, I'd be like, okay, what, are they using the Torah card lady to talk to the dead comedian? Beyond in the grave. Next, they'll bring in Abraham Lincoln. Queen showed us a new picture of UB Tim. Okay. Market Media did a Google video on BHP. Oh, okay. Cool. Nah, I'm not going to love it. I hate it already. Despise it. Despise it already. You see.
Hey, Rico Princess, what you doing? Coming in hot with no mic. Hello. Row. Well, looks like her mic ain't working right now. She'll be back. Mocking Media is funny as hell. They have some funny fucking videos, let me tell you. What's up, Ro?
Hi, girl.
How are you?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, now, yeah.
Okay. No, damn JP. You know what she did to me this morning? She needs to be voted in the HOA. I'm about to boot her. Out. Look, she said, I need all my Southern people to go look at Betty's community post for her gravy. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen no pictures of no gravy. What are you talking about?
Well, I thought it was sausage. I thought it was sausage and biscuit gravy.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
It's on here now? Where? Wait a minute.
Oh, go under community post.
Oh, I see. Oh, it is. That is okay. That's biscuits and gravy. Yeah.
Yeah. It ain't sausage. It's
What?
hamburger meat. It's hamburger meat, bitch. It's fucking hamburger meat.
It's hamburger meat.
I died.
Oh! What the fuck is
You're
that?
welcome, BTM. You're welcome. You're welcome.
What is that? It looks like throw up. It looks like what dogs throw up on.
Well, she's made biscuits and it looks like biscuits, sausage biscuits and gravy, but that doesn't look like sausage gravy. That's more what'd she say, hamburger gravy? Hamburger and gravy.
It's really we have a term for it. It's called shit on a shingle. You usually take a piece of toast and you make that with hamburger meat, and the shingle is the bread and the shit is that. But yeah, apparently it's
What is that?
It goes beyond it. This is. I showed it to my husband while we were in voice chat. I said, "Baby, would you eat this?" And I had it little on my phone. He goes, "No, I might would eat it." And then I looked at him and I blew it up and I said, "Look at it." He goes, "Ooh," he goes, "Why is it so watery?" And we thought it was like sausage milk gravy, and biscuits, like gravy and biscuits, right? And then JP said, "No, girl. That ain't sausage. That is hamburger meat." Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
That looks disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How do you fuck that up?
It's Betty. Y'all, if y'all only knew, one night I'm going to get real gummy and we're going to have Ro time. And I swear my mom cooked exactly like Betty. I'm telling you. I know all the things.
I feel sick.
Yeah. No, it's gross, isn't it? And she goes, "Go look at it now. I want to hear your live reaction. I need a live reaction." Mm-hmm. JP, you on my list, girl. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My goodness.
I just want to hop up and share that. So I've been out running and decorating and hobby girl, it is hobby hell today.
I bet it
Oh my God. You think they was giving that shit away. Oh my God. Oh my God. All I needed was some ribbon. And it was hell. It was absolute hell. So I will not be back until after the holidays. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with BTM. He wasn't in there. He wasn't in voice chat this morning. So I just wanted to share that with you.
I was working. So
that's just a little prequel to Toasty. She likes to share,
That's so disgusting. It's so watery.
I know. I swear to God.
Who has hamburger meat?
It's hamburger meat. Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's like you use hamburger meat for like a sloppy Joe or something.
You know what? I think that she really does want to get arrested because she won't have to eat her own cooking. Because Sumner County Jail, I heard they serve a mean sack lunch.
Yeah, like.
My goodness. On that note, we're out.
I'm gone. Yeah, I'm done. I'm about to hit
out. I'm about to be on in an hour and a half, something like that. So
yeah.
Get your dinner made, get your stuff, and get your drinks.
I'm not eating anything after that.
Okay, you got them.
I'm sorry. Don't hate me, BTM. Don't hate me.
I despise you utterly.
But you know what? You almost said that you loved Dave Chappelle a few minutes ago. You said, "I just love his comedy." You paused. I caught it. You did. Yeah, you almost said, "I love that guy." You almost said it. You almost did. It was right there.
No.
And I was like, he loves Dave Chappelle that he's never met. Or have you? Are you Dave Chappelle, BTM?
If I was Dave Chappelle, I think I'd be funnier. And more talented.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all at Toasties tonight.
You too, Miss Roro. I'll see you there.
Thank you for letting me come up. Bye.
All right. Bye. I'll see you, Queen. You have a good one. Bye.
Bye, me Tim. We'll see you later. Bye, everybody. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out and chit-chatting. And I'll see y'all at Toasties later. Catch you on the flip side. Bye, y'all.